Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the cantankerously cool, uniformly elusive, and effusively opulent Erich J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We ran Sturgeon's very first book train. Conductor Carstairs Blackwell would roll up around midnight, his hallowed horn rattling the windows of nearby businesses and causing the bovine and adjacent farms to immediately bristle as he went from home to home, offering a trip to a fantastical realm where anyone could consume books to their heart's content, be it the latest fantasy novel or a forbidden tome. Carstairs the conductor did not judge, but there were two golden rules you had to follow. First, do not expect to return the same person you were when you left, for the things you see on the book train will stay with you forever. Second, payment must be rendered in full before disembarking. It will be something you do not wish to part with, but it must be taken willingly. You do not want the late fees. No, sir. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will want to take a trip to neighboring Underdweller County. Listeners, our sponsor, the Dark Somnium, recently shared the first of a series of transmissions about Underdweller. The first one entitled The Graves We Dig, as transcribed by our janitor T.J. Lee. Continuing on with a county inside Sturgeon, this account details that of a heinous act and the genesis of something truly unusual. I actually have T.J. here in a rarely seen lucid state. We may have put something special in his purple crayons, just long enough to tell you more. Take it away, T.J. Hello, listeners. TJ Lee here, somehow able to focus my mind and not want to smear purple crayon over my face. I hope you're all enjoying the content coming up on here. I wanted to talk to you very quickly about The Graves We Dig on the Dark Somnium's channel. This is a part of a wider project I have been working on for nearly 2 years now. And each chapter is a different POV and it's a different style of writing structure. So, for example, the first one we did was in the style of H.P. Lovecraft, of August Derleth, of people in the gothic horror space, Edgar Allan Poe, Mary Shelley, Bram Stoker, and that's designed to hook people in, but it gets very weird very quickly. Things we have in the book are like a choose-your-own-adventure novel, we have a play, we have a point-and-click video game style entry, transcripts, you name it, it's in there, and it's really fucking weird. And I wanted to kind of get ahead of it because I don't know when we're putting out parts 2 and 3, I think in the next few weeks. This is where I feel safe talking about it, and on the 5,000 subscriber mark we're about to get, I'm going to take the reins from Everett, and I will be talking about this in greater detail, and I'll be sharing a little bit of it with you. I'll also be putting up a text version of The Graves We Dig on the Patreon, and every sort of piece we do, I'll be revealing a bit more. I am very excited by this project because it is very near and dear to my heart, as much as it is about a wider issue in our world. It's not overly preachy, because I know some people don't like that, but it is very important to me, and if you love Dusklight, if you love Everett, if you love me, and you love Sturgeon, I am asking you to open your minds, open your hearts, and give this a chance. And I promise you, if you do, you will walk away with the greatest experience I have ever put to paper in my entire literary career. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's a purple crayon dictator that needs to be released from its gestation chamber. I suggest you cover your ears, Everett. Little Arya will be awakening soon, and your lineage will deplete. Oh dear. It's time for our featured stories for this evening's Dusklight Drive-In. For those of you unfamiliar, the Dusklight Drive-In is designed to showcase and promote classic sci-fi and horror stories from the past 200 years, many of which are steadily being lost to time. Though time itself is a fictitious construct created by the great Gustav Blackwell to steal vitality, but we wanted to preserve those stories as best we can. On this Supercut edition, we have put together all the previous drive-ins into one delectable video for your eager and hungry minds to feast upon in the twilight hours. We've also included classics The Tomb, the music of Erich Zann, and Hypnos by the great H.P. Lovecraft with some minor adjustments. We hope you enjoy, and if you listen to this while sleeping, don't be alarmed if I or the Dusklight Studio appears in your dreams for an interview. Just answer calmly or erratically, but always maintain eye contact and ignore your limbs turning into silly string. It'll all be over soon, and you'll wake up refreshed, reformed, and full of questions you will spend your life attempting to get answers for. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page, and our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Inflacto Elements, the Nobody YouTube channel, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. We also want to give a special shout out to our patrons at the beginning of our video, as well as heralding in the 5,000 subscriber milestone. What a journey it has been to get here. We can't wait to see you for the 10K one. There's our Sturgeonite faithfuls, Haley Clark, Tho, Ass12, welcome into the fold, Sabrina Alexander and Larry W., Purple Crayon Eaters Mary Peck, Feeny Von Karma, and Max currently eating their weight in purple crayon goodness as they prepare their bodies for the inevitable war. Our janitors, Alex Nunes, Amy Sean, Ethan Nelson, and Arkham Cookie currently undergoing the Periwinkle incident as proposed by Feeny and Pink Gunkerson understudy Ethan Nelson. Our Nightmare Detective Adrian Rodriguez, who just joined the force and will begin the case of the Rat King and his many, many teeth. Our Void Walker Evan Diaz currently unlocking something he calls the Prism Fractal, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who it turns out has a message from one Payne Gunkerson. Hey there, Kyle. Congrats on your baby Aria. I'll send over some paint milk, but you and I, we got a score to settle. So meet me at Payne Gunkerson's Paint Accessories and Paint Emporium, 4 o'clock behind the bike lockers, shirts off, fists up. Bring that hobo Queen Savannah with you, too. Y'all both gonna get that paint mace. Well, major congratulations to you and your family. We love and fear you, Papa. We thank you all humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a patron, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D and Monster of the Week content, and more. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Orsay. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names changed. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region of whatever name which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Orsay. But despite all I have done, it remains a humiliating fact that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where, during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Erich Zann. That my memory is broken, I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Orsay, and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there. But that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university, and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Orsay. The Rue d'Orsay lay across a dark river bordered by precipitous brick-bleared windowed warehouses and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of neighboring factories shut out the sun perpetually. The river was also odorous with evil stenches which I have never smelled elsewhere, and which may someday help me find it, since I should recognize them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, at first gradual but incredibly steep, as the Rue d'Orsay was reached. I have never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Orsay. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting in several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth with struggling greenish-grey vegetation. The houses were tall, peaked roofed, incredibly old, and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sidewise. Occasionally an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants of that street impressed me peculiarly. At first I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I had been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until I at last came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Orsay, kept by the paralytic Blando. It was the third house on the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there, since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and the next day asked old Blando about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange, dumb man who signed his name as Erich Zann, and who played evenings in a cheap theatre orchestra, adding that Zann's desire to play in the night after his return from the theatre was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama beyond. Thereafter I heard Zann every night, and though he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was certain yet that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until after a week I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zann in the hallway and told him that I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person with shabby clothes, blue eyes, grotesque, satyr-like face, and nearly bald head, and at my first words, seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking, and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only 2 in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, towards a high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed the greater because of its extraordinary bareness and neglect. Of furniture, there was only a narrow iron bedstead, a dingy washstand, a small table, a large bookcase, an iron music rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently, Erich Zann's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolt, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his viol from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least uncomfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music rack, but offering no choice in playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I had never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe their exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They are a kind of fugue, with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I had overheard from my room below on other occasions. Those haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself. So when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the playing, and seemed to shew the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when I first accosted the old man. For a moment I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I had listened the night before. But I did not pursue this course for more than a moment, for when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted with an expression wholly beyond analysis, and his long, cold, bony right hand reached out to stop my mouth and silence the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance towards the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder. A glance doubly absurd, since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point on the steep street, as the concierge had told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blando's remark to my mind, and with a certain capriciousness I felt a wish to look over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which of all the dwellers in the Rue d'Orsay only this crabbed musician could see. I moved toward the window and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains, when with a frightening rage even greater than before, the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning with his head toward the door as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me, and told him I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offense, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, but this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair, then with an appearance of wistfulness crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil in the laboured French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was of an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zann said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music and with other things. He had enjoyed my listening of his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities, but he could not play to another his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another, nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now asked me if I could rearrange with Blando to take a lower room where I could not hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient towards the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In silence there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled in the night wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Erich Zann. So when I had finished reading, I shook my host by the hand and departed as a friend. The next day, Blando gave me a more expensive room on the 3rd floor, between the apartments of an aged moneylender and the room of a respectable upholsterer. There was no one on the 4th floor. It was not long before I found that Zann's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed when he was persuading me to move down from the 5th story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day, he slept and would admit no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window, over the wall and down the unseen slope at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once I went up to the garret during theatre hours when Zann was away, but the door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first I would tiptoe up to my old 5th floor, then I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There in the narrow hall outside the bolted door with the covered keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread. The dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of Earth, and that at certain intervals they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly, Erich Zann was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time, and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then one night, as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking vials swell into a chaotic babble of sound. A pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real. The awful, inarticulate cry which only a mute can utter, and which rises only in moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. I knocked repeatedly at the door, but received no response. Afterward, I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping, at the same time calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zann stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, then stumble to the door, which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real, for his distorted face gleamed with relief while he clutched at my coat, as a child clutches at its mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair whilst he sank into another, beside which his viol and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightened listening. Subsequently, he seemed to be satisfied, and crossing to a chair by the table, he wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table where he began to write rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me in the name of mercy and for the sake of my own curiosity to wait where I was, while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zann start as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window and listening shudderingly. Then I half fancied I heard a sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighbouring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zann the effect was terrible, for dropping his pencil he suddenly rose, seized his viol, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save when listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Erich Zann on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had ever overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face, and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise, to ward something off or drown something out. What, I could not imagine, awesome though I felt it must be. The playing grew fantastic, delirious and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius which I knew this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance popular in the theatres, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zann play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains, I could almost see shadowy satyrs and bacchanals dancing and whirling insanely through the seething abyss of clouds and smoke and lightning. And then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol, a calm, deliberate, purposeful, mocking note from far away in the west. At this point in the juncture, the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind which had sprung up outside, as if an answer to the mad playing within. Zann's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, unfastened and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke shiveringly under the persistent impacts, and the chill rushed in, making the candles sputter and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zann had begun to write about his horrible secret. I looked at Zann and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy that no pen could even suggest. A sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it towards the window. I followed the flying sheet in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Orsay from which one might see the slope beyond the wall and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet when I looked from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candle sputtered and the insane vial howled with the night wind. I saw no city spread below, and no friendly lights gleaming from remembered streets, but only the blackness of space illimitable. Unimagined space alive with motion and music, and having no semblance to anything on Earth. And as I stood there looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night-baying vial behind me. I staggered back in the dark, without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Erich Zann, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed me. Once I thought some chill thing brushed me, and I screamed, but my scream could not be heard above that hideous vial. Suddenly, out of the blackness, the madly soaring bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt ahead, touched the back of Zann's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder in an effort to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the vial shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night. But he neither answered me nor abated the frenzy of his unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of winds seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When I touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why. Knew not why till I felt of the still face. The ice-cold, stiffened, unbreathing face whose glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed vial whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow, steep, and ancient street of steps and tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles to the lower streets in the putrid, canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me. And I recall that there was no wind, and that the moon was out, and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Orsay. But I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss, in undreamable abysses, of the closely written sheets which alone could have explained the music of Erich Zann. I still wish I could remember how the song went. It's on the tip of my tongue. But then my tongue decides to peel and rot away just a bit more and I lose the cadence for another few months. Pity, but what can you do? I'm sure it'll come back to me someday. Or maybe someone has put it up on LimeWire. Surely one of these .exe files has it, right? If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of torment, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. And, one last time listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a nature documentary, eat some takeout, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentledames. New listeners and old, I eagerly welcome you back to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the narcoleptic, caffeinated, and only somewhat lucid Everett J. Blackwell. Now, I'll be deviating from the usual introductory pleasantries on this occasion for those who are new to our station and may have stumbled over this thanks to the glorious algorithm and our very good friend the Dark Somnium. This is for you. We noticed there were a lot of confused new listeners wandering around in the comments. What is this? Is this real? This isn't Lovecraft. Why is there a guy eating purple crayons? That sort of thing. So we will get straight into things with H.P. Lovecraft's seminal work, Hypnos. If you like what you hear, if you enjoy the vibes, please consider sticking around to the end, checking out our tales in the world of Sturgeon, alongside other captivating horror stories, and subscribing if you feel comfortable. And hey, if you like the vibes and the sound design but not my half-dead self, well, there's chapter settings for a reason, friends. I won't be offended. The scene has been set, and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Hypnos by H.P. Lovecraft to S.L. Apropos of sleep, that sinister adventure of all our nights, we may say that men go to bed daily with an audacity that would be incomprehensible if we did not know that it is the result of ignorance of the danger. Baudelaire. May the merciful gods, if indeed there be such, guard those hours when no power of the will or drug that the cunning of man devises can keep me from the chasm of sleep. Death is merciful, for there is no return therefrom, but with him who has come back out of the nethermost chambers of night, haggard and knowing, peace rests nevermore. Fool that I was to plunge with such unsanctioned frenzy into mysteries no man was meant to penetrate. Fool or god that he was my only friend, who led me and went before me, and who in the end passed into terrors which may yet be mine. We met, I recall, in a railway station, where he was the center of a crowd of the vulgarly curious. He was unconscious, having fallen in a kind of convulsion which imparted to his slight black-clad body a strange rigidity. I think he was then approaching 40 years of age, for there were deep lines in the face, wan and hollow-cheeked, but oval and actually beautiful, and touches of grey in the thick waving hair and small full beard which had once been of the deepest raven black. His brow was white as the marble of Pentelicus, and of a height and breadth almost godlike. I said to myself, with all the ardour of a sculptor, that this man was a thorn statue out of antique Hellas, dug from a temple's ruins, and brought somehow to life in our stifling age only to feel the chill and pressure of devastating years. And when he opened his immense, sunken, and wildly luminous black eyes, I knew he would thenceforth be my only friend. The only friend of one who had never possessed a friend before. For I saw that such eyes must have looked fully upon the grandeur and the terror of realms beyond normal consciousness and reality. Realms which I had cherished in fancy, but vainly sought. So as I drove the crowd away, I told him he must come home with me and be my teacher and leader in unfathomed mysteries, and he assented without speaking a word. Afterward I found that his voice was music, the music of deep viols and of crystalline spheres. We talked often in the night, and in the day when I chiseled busts of him and carved miniature heads in ivory to immortalize his different expressions. Of our studies it is impossible to speak, since they held so slight a connection with anything of the world as living men conceive it. They are of that vaster and more appalling universe of dim entity and consciousness which lies deeper than matter, time and space, and whose existence we suspect only in certain forms of sleep. Those rare dreams beyond dreams which come never to common men, and but once or twice in the lifetime of imaginative men. The cosmos of our waking knowledge, born from such a universe as a bubble is born from the pipe of a jester, touches it only as such a bubble may touch its sardonic source when sucked back by the jester's whim. Men of learning suspected little and ignored mostly. Wise men have interpreted dreams and the gods have laughed. One man with oriental eyes has said that all time and space are relative, and men have laughed. But even that man with oriental eyes has done no more than suspect. I had wished and tried to do more than suspect, and my friend had tried and partly succeeded. Then we both tried together, and with exotic drugs courted terrible and forbidden dreams in the tower studio chamber of the old manor house in hoary Kent. Among the agonies of these after days is that chief of torments, inarticulateness. What I learned and saw in those hours of impious exploration can never be told, for want of symbols or suggestions in any language. I say this because from first to last, our discoveries partook only of the nature of sensations. Sensations correlated with no impression which the nervous system of normal humanity is capable of receiving. They were sensations, yet within them lay unbelievable elements of time and space, things which at bottom possess no distinct and definite existence. Human utterance can best convey the general character of our experiences by calling them plungings or soarings, for in every period of revelation some part of our minds broke boldly away from all that is real and present, rushing aerially along shocking, unlighted and fear-haunted abysses, and occasionally tearing through certain well-marked and typical obstacles describable only as viscous, uncouth clouds or vapors. In these black and bodiless flights we were sometimes alone, and sometimes together. When we were together, my friend was always far ahead. I could comprehend his presence despite the absence of form by a species of pictorial memory, whereby his face appeared to me, golden from a strange light and frightful with its weird beauty, its anomalously youthful cheeks, its burning eyes, its Olympian brow, and its shadowing hair and growth of beard. Of the progress of time we kept no record, for time had become to us the merest illusion. I know only that there must have been something very singular involved, since we came at length to marvel why we did not grow old. Our discourse was unholy, and always hideously ambitious. No god or demon could have aspired to discoveries and conquests like those which we planned in whispers. I shiver as I speak of them, and dare not be explicit. Though I will say that my friend once wrote on paper a wish which he dared not utter with his tongue, and which made me burn the paper and look affrightedly out of the window at the spangled night sky. I will hint, only hint, that he had designs which involved the rulership of the visible universe and more, designs whereby the earth and the stars would move at his command, and the destinies of all living things be his. I affirm, I swear, that I had no share in these extreme aspirations. Anything my friend may have said or written to the contrary must be erroneous, for I am no man of strength to risk the unmentionable warfare in unmentionable spheres by which alone one might achieve success. There was a night when winds from unknown spaces whirled us irresistibly into limitless vacua beyond all thought and entity. Perceptions of the most maddeningly untransmissible sort thronged upon us, perceptions of infinity which at the time convulsed us with joy, yet which are now partly lost to my memory, and partly incapable of presentation to others. Viscous obstacles were clawed through in rapid succession, and at length I felt that we had been borne to realms of greater remoteness than any we had previously known. My friend was vastly in advance as we plunged into this awesome ocean of virgin aether, and I could see the sinister exultation on his floating, luminous, too youthful memory face. Suddenly that face became dim and quickly disappeared, and in a brief space I found myself projected against an obstacle which I could not penetrate. It was like the others, yet incalculably denser. A sticky, clammy mass, if such terms can be applied to analogous qualities in a non-material sphere. I had, I felt, been halted by a barrier which my friend and leader had successfully passed. Struggling anew, I came to the end of the drugged dream and opened my physical eyes to the tower studio, in whose opposite corner reclined the pallid and still unconscious form of my fellow dreamer, weirdly haggard and wildly beautiful as the moon shed gold-green light on his marble features. Then, after a short interval, the form in the corner stirred, and may pitying heaven keep from my sight and sound another thing like that which took place before me. I cannot tell you how he shrieked, or what vistas of unvistable hells gleamed for a second in black eyes crazed with fright. I can only say that I fainted, and did not stir till he himself recovered, and shook me in his frenzy for someone to keep away the horror and desolation. That was the end of our voluntary searchings in the caverns of Dream. Awed, shaken, and portentous, my friend who had been beyond the barrier warned me that we must never venture within those realms again. What he had seen, he dared not tell me, but he said from his wisdom that we must sleep as little as possible, even if drugs were necessary to keep us awake. That he was right, I soon learned from the unutterable fear which engulfed me whenever consciousness lapsed. After each short and inevitable sleep, I seemed older, whilst my friend aged with the rapidity almost shocking. It is hideous to see wrinkles form and hair whiten almost before one's eyes. Our mode of life was now totally altered. Heretofore a recluse so far as I know, his true name and origin never having passed his lips, my friend now became frantic in his fear of solitude. At night he would not be alone, nor would the company of a few persons calm him. His sole relief was obtained in revelry of the most general and boisterous sort, so that few assemblies of the young and the gay were unknown to us. Our appearance and age seemed to excite in most cases a ridicule which I keenly resented, but which my friend considered a lesser evil than solitude. Especially was he afraid to be out of doors alone when the stars were shining, and if forced to do this condition, he would often glance furtively at the sky, as if hunted by some monstrous thing therein. He did not always glance at the same place in the sky. It seemed to be a different place at different times. On spring evenings it would be low in the northeast. In the summer it would be nearly overhead. In the autumn it would be in the northwest. In the winter it would be in the east. But mostly if in the small hours of the morning. Midwinter evenings seemed least dreadful to him. Only after 2 years did I connect this fear with anything in particular, but then I began to see that he must be looking at a special spot in the celestial vault, whose position at different times corresponded to the direction of his glance. A spot roughly marked by the constellation Corona Borealis. We now had a studio in London, never separating but never discussing the days when we had sought to plumb the mysteries of the unreal world. We were aged and weak from our drugs, dissipations and nervous overstrain, and the thinning hair and beard of my friend had become snow white. Our freedom from long sleep was surprising, for seldom did we succumb for more than an hour or two at a time to the shadow which had now grown so frightful a menace. Then came one January of fog and rain, when money ran low and drugs were hard to buy. My statues and ivory heads were all sold, and I had no means to purchase new materials or energy to fashion them even had I possessed them. We suffered terribly, and on a certain night my friend sank into a deep-breathing sleep from which I could not awaken him. I can recall the scene now. The desolate, pitch-black garret studio under the eaves with the rain beating down. The ticking of the lone clock, the fancy ticking of our watches as they rested on the dressing table, the creaking of some swaying shutter in a remote part of the house, certain distant city noises muffled by fog and space, and worst of all, the deep, steady, sinister breathing of my friend on the couch, a rhythmical breathing which seemed to measure moments of supernal fear and agony for his spirit as it wandered in spheres forbidden, unimagined, and hideously remote. The tension of my vigil became oppressive, and a wild train of trivial impressions and associations thronged through my almost unhinged mind. I heard a clock strike somewhere, not ours, for that was not a striking clock, and my morbid fancy found in this a new starting point for idle wanderings. Clocks, time, space, infinity, and then my fancy reverted to the local as I reflected that even now, beyond the roof and the fog and the rain and the atmosphere, Corona Borealis was rising in the northeast. Corona Borealis, which my friend had appeared to dread, and whose scintillant semicircle of stars must even now be glowing unseen through the measureless abysses of ether. All at once, my feverishly sensitive ears seemed to detect a new and wholly distinct component in the soft medley of the drug-magnified sounds. A low and damnably insistent whine from very far away. Droning, clamoring, mocking, calling. From the northeast. But it was not that distant whine which robbed me of my faculties and set upon my soul such a seal of fright as may never in life be removed. Not that which drew the shrieks and excited the convulsions which caused lodgers and police to break down the door. It was not what I heard, but what I saw. For in that dark, locked, shuttered and curtained room there appeared from the black northeast corner a shaft of horrible red-gold light. A shaft which bore with it no glow to disperse the darkness, but which streamed only upon the recumbent head of the troubled sleeper, bringing out in hideous duplication the luminous and strangely youthful memory face as I had known it in dreams of abysmal space and unshackled time, when my friend had pushed behind the barrier to those secret, innermost and forbidden caverns of nightmare. And as I looked, I beheld their head rise, the black, liquid and deep sunken eyes open in terror, and the thin, shadowed lips part as if for a scream too frightful to be uttered. There dwelt in that ghastly and flexible face, as it shone bodiless, luminous, and rejuvenated in the blackness, more of that stark, teeming, brain-shattering fear than all of the rest of heaven and earth has ever revealed to me. No word was spoken amidst the distant sound that grew nearer and nearer, but as I followed the memory face's mad stare along that cursed shaft of light to its source, the source whence also the whining came, I too for an instant saw what it saw, and fell with ringing ears in that fit of shrieking and epilepsy which brought the lodgers and the police. Never could I tell, try as I might, what it actually was that I saw, nor could the still face tell, for although it must have seen more than I did, it will never speak again. But always I shall guard against the mocking and insatiate Hypnos, lord of sleep against the night sky, and against the mad ambitions of knowledge and philosophy. Just what happened is unknown, for not only was my own mind unseated by the strange and hideous thing, but others were tainted with a forgetfulness which can mean nothing if not madness. They have said, I know not for what reason, that I never had a friend, but that art, philosophy, and insanity had filled all my tragic life. The lodgers and police on that night soothed me, and the doctor administered something to quiet me, nor did anyone see what a nightmare event had taken place. My stricken friend moved them to no pity, but what they found on the couch in the studio made them give me a praise which sickened me, and now a fame which I spurn in despair as I sit for hours, bald, grey-bearded, shriveled, palsied, drug-crazed and broken, adoring and praying to the object they found. For they deny that I saw the last of my statuary, and point with ecstasy at the thing which the shining shaft of light left cold, petrified and unvocal. It is all that remains of my friend, the friend who led me on to madness and wreckage, a godlike head of such marble as only old Hellas could yield, young with the youth that is outside time, and with the beauteous bearded face, curved, smiling lips, Olympian brow, and dense locks waving and poppy-crowned. They say that that haunting memory face is modeled from my own, as it was at 25, but upon the marble base is carven a single name in the letters of Attica: Hypnos. Now this is why I do not go into my dreams unattended and unaccompanied. If possible, I always try to bring a dream Sherpa. The Black Wills were famous for such a thing. We frequently would hire many an individual in sturgeon just to make sure we had healthy, happy, and guides who wouldn't be missed, just in case something would enter our dreams without our knowledge. You know how it is. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of sleep, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a nature documentary, eat some takeout, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. The Tomb by H.P. Lovecraft. Sedibus ut sultum placidis in morte quiescam. At least in death, I may find a quiet resting place. Virgil. In relating the circumstances which have led to my confinement within this refuge for the demented, I am aware that my present position will create a natural doubt of the authenticity of my narrative. It is an unfortunate fact that the bulk of humanity is too limited in its mental vision to weigh with patience and intelligence those isolated phenomena, seen and felt only by a psychologically sensitive few, which lie outside its common experience. Men of broader intellect know that there is no sharp distinction betwixt the real and unreal, that all things appear as they do only by virtue of the delicate individual physical and mental media through which we are made conscious of them. But the prosaic materialism of the majority condemns as madness the flashes of supersight which penetrate the common veil of obvious empiricism. My name is Jervis Dudley, and from earliest childhood I have been a dreamer and a visionary. Wealthy beyond the necessity of a commercial life, and temperamentally unfitted for the formal studies and social recreations of my acquaintances, I have dwelt ever in realms apart from the visible world, spending my youth and adolescence in ancient and little-known books, and in roaming the fields and groves of the region near my ancestral home. I do not think that what I read in these books or saw in these fields and groves was exactly what other boys read and saw there. But of this I must say little, since detailed speech would but confirm those cruel slanders upon my intellect, which I sometimes overhear from the whispers of the stealthy attendants around me. It is sufficient for me to relate events without analyzing causes. I have said that I dwelt apart from the visible world, but I have not said that I dwelt alone. This no human creature may do. For lacking the fellowship of the living, he inevitably draws upon the companionship of things that are not, or are no longer, living. Close by my home there lies a singular wooded hollow, in whose twilight deeps I spent most of my time, reading, thinking, and dreaming. Down its moss-covered slopes my first steps of infancy were taken, and around its grotesquely gnarled oak trees my first fancies of boyhood were woven. Well did I come to know the presiding dryads of those trees, and often have I watched their wild dances in the struggling beams of a waning moon. But of these things I must not now speak. I will tell only of the lone tomb in the darkest of the hillside thickets, the deserted tomb of the Hydes, an old and exalted family whose last direct descendant had been laid within its black recesses many decades before my birth. The vault to which I refer is of ancient granite, weathered and discolored by the mists and dampness of generations. Excavated back into the hillside, the structure is visible only at the entrance. The door, a ponderous and forbidding slab of stone, hangs upon rusted iron hinges and is fastened ajar in a queerly sinister way by means of heavy iron chains and padlocks, according to a gruesome fashion of half a century ago. The abode of the race whose scions are here inurned had once crowned the declivity which holds the tomb, but had long since fallen victim to the flames which sprang up from a disastrous stroke of lightning. Of the midnight storm which destroyed this gloomy mansion, the older inhabitants of the region sometimes speak in hushed and uneasy voices, alluding to what they call divine wrath, in a manner that in later years vaguely increased the always strong fascination which I felt for the forest-darkened sepulchre. One man only had perished in the fire. When the last of the hides was buried in this place of shade and stillness, the sad urnful of ashes had come from a distant land, to which the family had prepared when the mansion had burned down. No one remains to lay flowers before the granite portal, and few care to brave the depressing shadows which seem to linger strangely about the water-worn stones. I shall never forget the afternoon when I first stumbled upon the half-hidden house of death. It was in midsummer, when the alchemy of nature transmutes the sylvan landscape to one vivid and almost homogeneous mass of green, when the senses are well-nigh intoxicated with the surging seas of moist verdure and the subtly indefinable odors of the soil and the vegetation. In such surroundings, the mind loses its perspective. Time and space become trivial and unreal, and echoes of a forgotten prehistoric past beat insistently upon the enthralled consciousness. All day I had been wandering through the mystic groves of the Hollow, thinking thoughts I need not discuss, and conversing with things I need not name. In years a child of 10, I had seen and heard many wonders unknown to the throng, and was oddly aged in certain respects. When, upon forcing my way between two savage clumps of briars, I suddenly encountered the entrance of the vault, I had no knowledge of what I had discovered. The dark blocks of granite, the doors so curiously ajar, and the funereal carvings above the arch aroused in me no associations of mournful or terrible character. Of graves and tombs I knew and imagined much, but had on account of my peculiar temperament been kept from all personal contact with churchyards and cemeteries. The strange stone house on the woodland slope was to me only a source of interest and speculation, and its cold, damp interior, into which I vainly peered through the aperture so tantalizingly left, contained for me no hint of death or decay. But in that instant of curiosity was born the madly unreasoning desire which has brought me to this hell of confinement. Spurred on by a voice which must have come from the hideous soul of the forest, I resolved to enter the beckoning gloom in spite of the ponderous chains which barred my passage. In the waning light of day, I alternately rattled the rusty impediments with a view to throwing wide the stone door, an essay to squeeze my slight form through the space already provided, but neither plan met with success. At first curious, I was now frantic, and when in the thickening twilight I returned to my home, I had sworn to the 100 gods of the grove that at any cost, I would someday force an entrance to the black, chilly depths that seemed calling out to me. The physician with the iron-grey beard who comes each day to my room once told a visitor that this decision marked the beginning of a pitiful monomania, but I will leave final judgment to my readers when they shall have learnt all. The months following my discovery were spent in futile attempts to force the complicated padlock of the slightly open vault, and in carefully guarded inquiries regarding the nature and history of the structure. With the traditionally receptive ears of the small boy, I learned much, though an habitual secretiveness caused me to tell no one of my information or my resolve. It is perhaps worth mentioning that I was not at all surprised or terrified on learning of the nature of the vault. My rather original ideas regarding life and death had caused me to associate the cold clay with the breathing body in a vague fashion, and I felt that the great and sinister family of the burned-down mansion was in some way represented within the stone space I sought to explore. Mumbled tales of the weird rites and godless revels of bygone years in the ancient hall gave to me a new and potent interest in the tomb, before whose door I would sit for hours at a time each day. Once I thrust a candle within the nearly closed entrance, but could see nothing save a flight of damp stone steps leading downward. The odor of the place repelled yet bewitched me. I felt I had known it before, in a past remote beyond all recollection, beyond even my tendency of the body I now possess. The year after I first beheld the tomb, I stumbled upon a worm-eaten translation of Plutarch's Lives in the book-filled attic of my home. Reading the life of Theseus, I was much impressed by that passage telling of the great stone beneath which the boyish hero was to find his tokens of destiny whenever he should become old enough to lift its enormous weight. This legend had the effect of dispelling my keenest impatience to enter the vault, for it made me feel that the time was not yet ripe. Later, I told myself, I should grow to a strength and ingenuity which might enable me to unfasten the heavily chained door with ease. But until then, I would do better by conforming to what seemed to be the will of fate. Accordingly, my watches by the dank portal became less persistent, and much of my time was spent in other, though equally strange pursuits. I would sometimes rise very quietly in the night, stealing out to walk in those churchyards and places of burial from which I had been kept by my parents. What I did there, I may not say, for I am now not sure of the reality of certain things. But I know that on the day after such a nocturnal ramble, I would often astonish those about me with my knowledge on topics almost forgotten for many generations. It was after a night like this that I shocked the community with a queer conceit about the burial of the rich and celebrated Squire Brewster, a maker of local history who was interred in 1711, and whose slate headstone, bearing a graven skull and crossbones, was slowly crumbling to powder. In a moment of childish imagination, I vowed not only that the undertaker, Goodman Simpson, had stolen the silver-buckled shoes, silken hose, and satin small clothes of the deceased before burial, but that the squire himself, not fully inanimate, had turned twice in his mound-covered coffin on the day after interment. But the idea of entering the tomb never left my thoughts, being indeed stimulated by the unexpected genealogical discovery that my own maternal ancestry possessed at least a slight link with the supposedly extinct family of the Hydes. Last of my paternal race, I was likewise the last of this older and more mysterious line. I began to feel that the tomb was mine, and to look forward with hot eagerness to the time when I might pass within that stone door and down those slimy stone steps in the dark. I now formed the habit of listening very intently at the slightly open portal, choosing my favorite hours of midnight stillness for the odd vigil. By the time I came of age, I had made a small clearing in the thicket before the mold-stained facade of the hillside, allowing the surrounding vegetation to encircle and overhang the space like the walls and roof of a sylvan bower. This bower was my temple, the fastened door my shrine, and here I would lie, outstretched on the mossy ground, thinking strange thoughts and dreaming strange dreams. The night of the first revelation was a sultry one. I must have fallen asleep from fatigue, for it was with a distinct sense of awakening that I heard the voices. Of those tones and accents I hesitate to speak. Of their quality I will not speak, but I may say that they presented certain uncanny differences in vocabulary, pronunciation, and mode of utterance. Every shade of New England dialect, from the uncouth syllables of the Puritan colonists to the precise rhetoric of 50 years ago, seemed represented in that shadowy colloquy, though it was only later that I noticed the fact. At the time, indeed, my attention was distracted from this matter by another phenomenon, a phenomenon so fleeting that I could not take oath upon its reality. I barely fancied that, as I awoke, a light had been hurriedly extinguished within the sunken sepulchre. I do not think I was either astounded or panic-stricken, but I know that I was greatly and permanently changed that night. Upon returning home, I went with much directness to a rotting chest in the attic, wherein I found the key which next day unlocked with ease the barrier I had so long stormed in vain. It was in the soft glow of late afternoon that I first entered the vault on the abandoned slope. A spell was upon me, and my heart leaped with an exultation I can but ill describe. As I closed the door behind me and descended the dripping steps by the light of my lone candle, I seemed to know the way, and though the candle sputtered with the stifling reek of the place, I felt singularly at home in the musty charnel house air. Looking about me, I beheld many marble slabs bearing coffins, or the remains of coffins. Some of these were sealed and intact, but others had nearly vanished, leaving the silver handles and plates isolated amidst certain curious heaps of whitish dust. Upon one plate, I read the name of Sir Geoffrey Hyde, who had come from Sussex in 1640 and died here a few years later. In a conspicuous alcove was one fairly well-preserved and untenanted casket, adorned with a single name which brought to me both a smile and a shudder. An odd impulse caused me to climb upon the broad slab, extinguish my candle, and lie down within the vacant box. In the grey light of dawn, I staggered from the vault and locked the chain of the door behind me. I was no longer a young man, though but 21 winters had chilled my bodily frame. Early rising villagers who observed my homeward progress looked at me strangely and marveled at the signs of ribald revelry which they saw in one whose life was known to be sober and solitary. I did not appear before my parents till after a long and refreshing sleep. Henceforward, I haunted the tomb each night, seeing, hearing, and doing things I must never reveal. My speech, always susceptible to environmental influences, was the first thing to succumb to the change, and my suddenly acquired archaism of diction was soon remarked upon. Later, a queer boldness and recklessness came into my demeanor, till I unconsciously grew to possess the bearing of a man of the world, despite my lifelong seclusion. My formerly silent tongue waxed voluble with the easy grace of a Chesterfield, or the godless cynicism of a Rochester. I displayed a peculiar erudition utterly unlike the fantastic, monkish lore over which I had pored in youth, and covered the fly-leaves of my books with facile impromptu epigrams, which brought up suggestions of Gay, Prior, and the sprightliest of Augustan wits and rimesters. One morning at breakfast, I came close to disaster by declaiming in palpably licorice accents and a fusion of 18th century bacchanalian mirth, a bit of Georgian playfulness never recorded in a book, which ran something like this. Come hither, my lads, with your tankards of ale, and drink to the present before it shall fail. Pile each on your platter a mountain of beef, for 'tis eating and drinking that brings us relief. So fill up your glass, for life soon will pass. When you're dead, you'll never drink to your king or to your lass. And a crayon had a red nose, so they say, but what's a red nose if you're happy and gay? God split me, I'd rather be red whilst I'm here, than white as a lily and dead half a year. So Betty, my miss, come give me a kiss, in hell there's no innkeeper's daughter like this. Young Harry, propped up just as straight as he's able, will soon lose his wig and slip under the table. But fill up your goblets and pass them around. Better under the table than under the ground. So revel and chaff as ye thirstily quaff. Under 6 feet of dirt, 'tis easy to laugh. The fiend struck me blue, I'm scarce able to walk, and damn me if I can stand upright or talk. Here, landlord, bid Betty to summon a chair. I'll try home for a while, for my wife is not there. So lend me a hand, I'm not able to stand, but I'm gay whilst I linger on top of the land. About this time I conceived my present fear of fire and thunderstorms. Previously indifferent to such things, I have now an unspeakable horror of them, and would retire to the innermost recesses of the house whenever the heavens threatened an electrical display. A favourite haunt of mine during the day was the ruined cellar of the mansion that had burned down, and in fancy I would picture the structure as it had been in its prime. On one occasion I startled a villager by leading him confidently to a shallow sub-cellar, of whose existence I seemed to know in spite of the fact that it had been unseen and forgotten for many generations. At last came that which I had long feared. My parents, alarmed at the altered manner and appearance of their only son, commenced to exert over my movements a kindly espionage which threatened to result in disaster. I had told no one of my visits to the tomb, having guarded my secret purpose with religious zeal since childhood. But now I was forced to exercise care in threading the mazes of the wooded hollow, that I might throw off a possible pursuer. My key to the vault I kept suspended from a cord around my neck, its presence known only to me. I never carried out of the sepulchre any of the things I came upon whilst within its walls. One morning, as I emerged from the damp tomb and fastened the chain of the portal with none too steady hand, I beheld in an adjacent thicket the dreaded face of a watcher. Surely the end was near, for my bowel was discovered, and the objective of my nocturnal journeys revealed. The man did not accost me, so I hastened home in an effort to overhear what he might report to my careworn father. Were my sojourns beyond the chained door about to be proclaimed to the world? Imagine my delighted astonishment on hearing the spy inform my parent in a cautious whisper that I had spent the night in the bower outside the tomb, my sleep-filmed eyes fixed upon the crevice where the padlocked portal stood ajar. By what miracle had the watcher been thus deluded? I was now convinced that a supernatural agency protected me. Made bold by this heaven-sent circumstance, I began to presume perfect openness in going to the vault, confident that no one could witness my entrance. For a week, I tasted to the full the joys of that charnel conviviality which I must not describe. When the thing happened, and I was borne away to this accursed abode of sorrow and monotony. I should not have ventured out that night, for the taint of thunder was in the clouds, and a hellish phosphorescence rose from the rank swamp at the bottom of the hollow. The Call of the Dead, too, was different. Instead of the hillside tomb, it was the charred cellar on the crest of the slope whose presiding daemon beckoned me with unseen fingers. As I emerged from an intervening grove upon the plain before the ruin, I beheld in the misty moonlight a thing I had always vaguely expected. The mansion, gone for a century, once more reared its stately height to the raptured vision, every window ablaze with the splendor of many candles. Up the long drive rolled the coaches of the Boston gentry, whilst on foot came a numerous assemblage of powdered exquisites from the neighboring mansions. With this throng I mingled, though I knew I belonged with the hosts rather than with the guests. Inside the hall were music, laughter, and wine on every hand. Several faces I recognized, though I should have known them better had they been shriveled or eaten away by death and decomposition. Amidst a wild and reckless throng, I was the wildest and most abandoned. Gay blasphemy poured in torrents from my lips, and in my shocking sallies I heeded no law of God, man, or nature. Suddenly, a peal of thunder, resonant even from the din of the swinish revelry, clave the very roof and laid a hush of fear upon the boisterous company. Red tongues of flame and searing gusts of heat engulfed the house, and the roisterers, struck with terror at the descent of a calamity which seemed to transcend the bounds of unguided nature, fled shrieking into the night. I alone remained, riveted to my seat by a groveling fear which I had never felt before. And then a second horror took possession of my soul. Burnt alive to ashes, my body dispersed by the four winds, I might never lie in the tomb of the Hydes. Was not my coffin prepared for me? Had I not a right to rest till eternity amongst the descendants of Sir Geoffrey Hyde? I would claim my heritage of death, even though my soul goes seeking through the ages for another corporeal tenement to represent it on that vacant slab in the alcove of the vault. Jervis Hyde should never share the sad fate of Palinurus. As the phantom of the burning house faded, I found myself screaming and struggling madly in the arms of two men, one of whom was the spy who had followed me to the tomb. Rain was pouring down in torrents, and upon the southern horizon were flashes of the lightning that had so lately passed over our heads. My father, his face lined with sorrow, stood by as I shouted my demands to be laid within the tomb, frequently admonishing my captors to treat me as gently as they could. A blackened circle on the floor of the ruined cellar told of a violent stroke from the heavens, and from this spot, a group of curious villagers with lanterns were prying a small box of antique workmanship which the thunderbolt had brought to light. Ceasing my futile and now objectless writhing, I watched the spectators as they viewed the treasure trove, and was permitted to share in their discoveries. The box, whose fastenings were broken by the stroke which had unearthed it, contained many papers and objects of value, but I had eyes for one thing alone. It was the porcelain miniature of a young man in a smartly curled bagwig, and bore the initials J.H. The face was such that as I gazed, I might as well have been studying a mirror. On the following day I was brought to this room with the barred windows, but I have been kept informed of certain things through an aged and simple-minded servitor, for whom I bore a fondness in infancy, and who, like me, loves the churchyard. What I have dared relate of my experiences within the vault has brought me only pitying smiles. My father, who visits me frequently, declares that at no time did I pass the chained portal, and swears that the rusted padlock had not been touched for 50 years when he examined it. He even says that all the village knew of my journeys to the tomb, and that I was often watched as I slept in the bower outside the grim facade, my half-open eyes fixed on the crevice that leads to the interior. Against these assertions, I have no tangible proof to offer, since my key to the padlock was lost in the struggle on that night of horrors. The strange things of the past which I learned during those nocturnal meetings with the dead he dismisses as the fruits of my lifelong and omnivorous browsing amongst the ancient volumes of the family library. Had it not been for my old servant Hiram, I should have by this time become quite convinced of my madness. But Hiram, loyal to the last, has held faith in me, and has done that which impels me to make public at least a part of my story. A week ago, he burst open the lock which chains the door of the tomb perpetually ajar, and descended with a lantern into the murky depths. On a slab in an alcove, he found an old but empty coffin, whose tarnished plate bears the single word, Jervis. In that coffin, and in that vault, they have promised me I shall be buried. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the hellacious, heliotropic, and wholeheartedly heavenly Erich J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. Our philosophical chain of franchises known as the Blackwell Drink Tanks were all the rage across Sturgeon. Oh, such as our restaurant, I Eat Therefore I Am. You would go in and eat until you had an existential awakening, reconstituting yourself as a being of pure enlightenment, leaving far better than whence you came in. The bills were exorbitant, though. No Nirvana state for you, my friend. That's how we get you. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will try to catch void frogs. Now, frog catching is a rather harmless and fun activity to do with a friend, lover, or rival, but when you try to catch a void frog, well, they can infect you with the expanse, a hallucinogenic effect thanks to their skin that allows you to see beyond this dimension into the ether and what lays in the deep, dark void of the near infinitesimal cosmos. You and the frog will never be the same. Gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes into you, dear listener. It's time for our double feature of the evening. Our two stories come to us from Purple Crayon Overlord and resident janitor T.J. Lee, and master of Gothic horror Edgar Allan Poe. Doesn't seem very fair, does it? This first Sturgeon tale, My Country Isn't Meant to Get This Hot by T.J. Lee, discusses the overbearing heatwave that hit Sturgeon last year and had some unintended consequences. If you enjoy this piece, please consider checking out our other Sturgeon stories, purchasing TJ's books on Amazon, and... What's that? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. Listeners, TJ is standing by the window, grinning with purple markings over his front teeth, and his purple crayon wife is staring at me with strange, vacant purple eyes. He gestured her to come in, and she began walking. I'm hiding under my desk as I finish this note, and Mrs. Lee, welcome. Oh, here's my special pen. How did that get down there? How was your marriage to our janitor? Is the health package colorful? Well, I'll just finish this as TJ crawls over our window like a lizard. DJ asked those loyal listeners who somehow haven't done so already to please consider checking out our latest show here at Dusklight. Lord knows how we got management to sign off on it. A Sturgeon-focused Monster of the Week campaign known as the Nightmare Detectives. The first primer with spirit voices is up now, and the second half, covering the first interlude ahead of the Hotel Inertia arc, will be available in the next week. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. Our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invato Elements, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. Your voice for this tale is our jubilant janitor TJ Lee, and if you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on, a bell rung, and leave a comment for every video that you might encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Stay indoors with the windows closed and the curtains drawn. Drink plenty of water, avoid the sunlight, check in on vulnerable relatives, and above all else, try to keep cool. A red alert went out over the weekend advising us of what to do since my country really isn't used to these kinds of heat waves, with temperatures originally predicted to exceed 39 degrees Celsius, about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and as of right now, it's still climbing. I know many Americans and Australians will scoff at that, saying it's not even that bad. But you have to understand, my country isn't really equipped to handle that kind of weather, even for just a few days. 98% of homes are not equipped with AC, and our infrastructure as a whole isn't really there to manage it. We're a relatively mild to cold nation, and this is already not good. So I did what any responsible person would do and stayed at home, making sure to cover all my windows with blackout blinds and stock up reasonably on water, looking to wait it out. I figured I'd spend a few days sweating indoors with the bladeless fan on, play some video games, and try to focus on other things. I thought documenting my experiences may help to beat the heat. You know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. I admit I kept one window curtain only slightly drawn so I could look out onto the countryside. I had such a beautiful view, and so long as I wasn't catching the main rays, I didn't see the harm. But as the day was creeping on, I realized very quickly something was very, very wrong. I'm not one for watching regular television, but I do keep track of the news through my phone like most people my age. I got a push notification around 3 PM on the first day of the heat wave that stirred me from a heat-induced nap. I've been leaning back in my leather recliner, clammy skin clinging to the leather like sticky paper, and every part of me feeling hotter than it had done earlier. The fuck? It should be at least a stable temperature now it's the afternoon, I grumbled, reaching for my water bottle and looking at the push notification. Breaking. All-time heat record broken. Fires breaking out across the capital. Water rationing now in place. Do not go outside. I clicked the notification and cast it to my TV as I checked the local temperature. I almost choked on my water when I saw the number. 42 degrees Celsius, 108 Fahrenheit is currently being recorded. The air felt thicker just seeing that, and the video loaded with some commotion going on in the background. People jumping around and holding their hands up like weirdos. Nasty sunburns across their skin, and one of them dropped to the floor likely from heat stroke before hastily being pulled off screen. In the center shot stood a young woman with no protection from the harsh rays as she held a thermometer with shaking hands, smoke practically rising from something around her. When she spoke, her voice was coarse as if the throat had been packed with sand.
And as you can see, everyone at home, we've just reached a new record temperature here in the UK. The previous 2019 record has been smashed, and this looks to continue for a few days yet. Experts predict thousands could die in this unprecedented heat wave. Isn't it wonderful? Sol Confidere, and it's back to you.
I did a double take in my recliner, leaning forward as my back burned and rewinding the broadcast. I took a better look at her as the makeup ran down her face, hair matted to her forehead, and the business casual outfit clinging to her in what must have been a terribly constricting manner. But then I saw her expression, and something in it unsettled me even more than her words. She was elated, eyes twitching and almost bubbling in the scorching heat as those uncanny words repeated again.
Isn't it wonderful?
I thought the poor girl had heat stroke and mentally begged the producers got her some immediate attention as the broadcast continued in the background. My mind so frazzled from the heat that I could barely think straight. I was tempted to grab a shower, but I remembered the rationing and thought I'm better off in front of the fan where at least it's semi-cooler. I've famously never done well with the heat, and I didn't want to spend the evening with my head in the toilet. So I grabbed my laptop and tried to socialize with friends to see how they were beating the heat. You know what they say, strength and solidarity in numbers, especially when suffering together. First one I hit up was my buddy Andy, a friend in Ireland, to see how he was getting on. How are you getting on, Moshara? Staying cool or practicing your jiu-jitsu like a madman? Adra an solas. I didn't speak Gaelic, so I wasn't sure what that meant, and further messages yielded nothing. I put it down to their partner, maybe pulling a weird prank, or they were so addled by the heat they simply told me to fuck off in their native tongue. But when I tried calling my mum, there was a garbled mess on the other side. The heat my phone was generating was enough to singe my ears, but I pushed through to try and understand what she was saying. Mum, you okay? Have you been drinking plenty of water?
The sun.
The sun? Yeah, it's really hot, so make sure you're indoors. No helping out in the garden. You know you're getting on in years.
Honor the sun.
My hand instinctively dropped the phone as the feeling of skin boiling overwhelmed me, and as I did, the damn thing smashed on my wood floor, terminating the call. Naturally, I jerked forward to grab it and realized just how bad things were. The pain started in my shoulders and rapidly descended down my back before spreading to my arms. It was my skin. It had begun fusing to the leather, and the strain of pulling against it felt like someone was flaying my skin itself. I screamed, and the dehydration ripped at my throat to add further agony. Slumping back, eyes glazing over, and a combination of pain and heat exhaustion began to set in. I cast my eyes out the window for something to distract me. It felt like the air was swirling around outside. Infrastructure that should be stable began dancing, and the very road itself twisted, bubbled, and smoked. It was almost hypnotic in nature, captivating me. I don't know how long I'd been staring before I spied someone who had begun to walk down the street wearing absolutely nothing. Every step took off more of their delicate flesh, and small red and pink splotches littered the asphalt as they stood perpendicular to my window, staring up at me with a bright red face and that same grin the newscaster had. In that moment, terror took the place of fear within me, and I was rooted to the spot. Something was definitely wrong with him. Slowly, methodically, purposefully, they lifted their arms above their head and arced the fingers into a crown as the eyes shot up towards the overbearing sun overhead. Their chapped and torn lips mouthing those familiar words as what I think were tears fell down their face. Worship the conflagration. The man grinned, and I watched his lips fleck and fall off, his cheeks blistering and popping, but his dedication never once wavering as he pulled his head down to look at me once more, jerking his head back as if to invite me out. His eyes, his poor eyes had been blinded, melted by the beauty of what he saw above him. Two thick, milky fluids cascaded down his cheeks and matted his mustache. I retched, but I had to look. I needed to see what drove him to this. My eyes began traveling up past his steadily burning, melting frame and towards that beautiful burning god in the sky, enriching us with its loving heat. I began to glimpse its form in the sky, and I honestly felt every inch of pain, exhaustion, and trepidation ebb away. It didn't even look like the sun anymore. Not the one we grew up with, at least. It's hard to describe, but it was a form full of comfort. The color of the sky, a beautiful palette of maroon, garnet, crimson, and vermilion. So much red. I'd never been happier to be in its presence. I don't know how long I sat there looking, but my head spun after a while, and ultimately, I succumbed to exhaustion and woke up half an hour ago with a clearer head and a frenzied thirst and panic. I reached for the water on my side table, but drinking from it brought me no comfort. I may as well have been slurping gravel. I spat it out and somehow managed to reach my phone without causing myself any more pain. News notifications. State of emergency declared 3 hours ago. London ablaze with cleansing fire 2 hours ago. Be thankful for Seoul, says PM 1 hour ago. Missed calls. Mum, 28. Andy, 17. Unknown, 9. Sweat dripped down my forehead and the panic increased. While I was able to read what was on the screen, it would not respond to commands to make calls, and the damn thing was still too hot to hold for more than a minute. I tried in vain to click the voicemail function before putting it by my table to let it load. Turning on the TV, it flickered to life, and I realized it must have still been on the news channel as I recognized a banner at the bottom. It was a live stream of the sun. The temperature still registered 42 degrees centigrade, even as the day had now gotten later on. I could barely believe it. The garbled voices through my television seemed to be reveling in the madness. Overjoyed, we were all burning, that it was going to be even hotter tomorrow. It made my head spin. I decided to turn back to the window for comfort, my sole refuge in this sweltering environment. The man in the street is gone, a small pool of something left in his spot, but nothing more. Looking around, every house was practically dancing in its spot, moving to a rhythmic beat only they could hear. In a couple of partially covered windows, I could spy my neighbors prostrating themselves before the sun, screaming in its direction amid faces mixed with agony and ecstasy. It was unsettling. I didn't dare look up at the sky again. Not yet. I don't think I'd be able to break away. The TV abruptly shutting off with a loud pop snapped me from my stupor, and I began to hear the voicemails crackle through my desiccated phone. All of them telling me to come outside and bask in the flames. My mind is now racing with thoughts of what had occurred and a desire to share with the wider world. My rational mind knows we should not be this hot at all, let alone for this prolonged period of time. I don't want to hear from the uneducated climate deniers either. You idiots would call it fake news even as your flesh melted into the ground. Someone has to know why this isn't stopping. My head is still spinning, and my situation isn't going to get better if I stay in the chair. It's going to be even hotter tomorrow too. How am I supposed to handle this for another 30 hours? All I can do is rest and hope tomorrow brings some comfort. Maybe it won't be so bad. I've sent my mum a message on the laptop in between documenting this, hoping someone sees I'm in a bind and helps. All I have is time. Wish me luck. Why did we stop drawing the sun with a face? Look back through human history, and for centuries, we drew it with an almost regal appearance as it bore down upon us, shining humanity with the necessary light we needed to function. Like a loving parent gifting its child with nourishment. We recorded odd events involving it, as if documenting the sun's descent into bouts of madness. The 1561 phenomenon in Nuremberg that split the sun in twain, dividing itself, or the 1566 phenomenon in Basel that saw the sky fractured as the sun fought amongst itself to the horror of a far more simple era of man. They thought it apocalyptic, the end times and the sign of the terrors to come. They didn't understand the sun was simply preparing itself, growing and masticating until it was ready to reveal itself to a more enlightened age. Us. I looked out the window, the curtain fully drawn back, and I stared up at the broad strokes of red and yellow across the sky. I saw it. It saw me. Our sun has a face. A beautiful face that is permanently stuck between total ecstasy and that of apoplectic rage. It's so close that I can make out the sunspots rising and bursting from its amber surface, thousands of small human-like shapes ascending to meet it. My mother's voice rings out over the voicemail function, no longer saying to come outside or honor the sun. She says she's been trying to reach me and is terrified I have heat stroke, that I'm not completely stuck to my chair and I've got to drink some water. Fool, she has no idea. She must be addled and hiding from the sun's brilliance. I do not need water or distractions. The warm glow of the sun is all I need. I don't know what the man stood outside my house thought, but I know he experienced divinity. And I want to experience it too. Maybe, after hearing this, some of you will as well. Now I'm going to free myself from this leathery prison, even if it tears my flesh to the muscle. I will crawl out of my house if my limbs fail me. I will stand in front of that sun, and I will praise it. That was certainly heated, to say the least. Sorry. While this tale was airing, TJ's purple crayon wife began to melt in the office, despite good air conditioning and no real sense of heat. The whole time, TJ was busily putting something together in his custodian closet. He's gesturing to me from the window again now, pointing at something. Well, isn't that something? Listeners, he's made an arts and crafts facsimile of yours truly. The bottom of the paint cans for eyes, spray painted a bucket with a mop on it to simulate my exposed skull, which is rude, by the way, TJ. And it's waving at me, awkwardly, purposefully. TJ keeps saying, "The cloud is coming," over and over. I think I need to give Wendy another call. I'll move us on to our next tale, recommended by listener Gamma and found by my many-legged runners over at the Edgar Allan Poe Museum, graciously linked below. It is a bona fide classic, and if you don't already know, well, you're about to. Suffice to say, for both the content and the spirited performance, this is one you will not be sleeping to. Let us now tap in to the sound of the telltale heart. True. Nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch on his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved in slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And I did this for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man, indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he had not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea. And perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door. And I kept pushing on, steadily. Steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And now, have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now at the dead hour of night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too weary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bells sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I, myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of my victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But, ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat, and still they chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God! What could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, louder! And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no! No, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die, and now again! Hark! Louder! 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 "Villains!" I shrieked. "Dissemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart!" This certainly seems to be one of those stories that sticks with you both metaphorically and literally after it is long finished. I thought for a moment I could hear the beating of that devilish heart, but it was just TJ making arts and crafts Everett smack his head into the window as TJ mouthed the words, "Stop hitting yourself." We really need to dock his pay. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of torment, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you back to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the superfluously stellar, fully in flux, and always astral Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We had our own mobile craze game for a little while. Old Papa Kyle Blackwell pioneered it from our dev team, Blackwell Enterprises. We called it Legends of the Shadow, Raid the Wallet, and what's that? Oh. I have been advised by my lawyers not to say anything else at this time. Forgive me, Papa Kyle. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some of them will make you cry, and some of you will become star chasers. Not stargazers, no, that would be far simpler. Star chasers tend to fixate on any one particular star in the night sky. There's the simplest who go for Sol, our sun, the brights who go for Arcturus, the nihilists who go for dead or dying stars like Betelgeuse, and the nostalgic who go for the most definitely dead but beautifully bright and old stars like Deneb or the Eye of the Sunken King. Either way, they pick their star and begin to chase it. Now, I cannot legally tell you how they do so, only that once they lock on, they find a way there. They chase it down for its corporeal energy, the last vestiges of life still not devoured by the unceasing hunger of a black hole, become theirs. They will one day envelop the blanket of light across our universe, dear listeners, and not just chase the stars, but absorb them. Also, we have new tales to tell. They're also barred from the Sturgeon Astrological Society, as you can imagine. It's time for our next set of stories for this evening. Tonight, dear listeners, we're doing something a little bit different. It's another Dusklight double bill, but since it's a new genre, we're calling it the Dusklight Drive-In. Pretty catchy, huh? Our R&D team worked on that one all week. We'll be looking at classic Golden Age science fiction stories, sometimes with a horrific twist, in order to preserve their legacy as they become harder to find in print. We'll also be more than happy to narrate newer sci-fi shorts if they're available, but for now, we're taking a trip back in time for our two featured stories for this evening. First, A Letter from the Stars, also known as Pen Pal, by A.E. Van Vogt, written in 1950 for the Out of This World magazine. It's an epistolary tale of intrigue and trust, and that's all I'll say for now. Our second tale, The Underdweller, written by Mark E. Nolan in 1957, goes through the days and nights of the last man in Los Angeles, after aliens have come and gone, leaving something horrifying on the surface for him to contend with. Both stories are available via the Internet Archive and will be linked in the description below. If you enjoy this new segment, be sure to let us know in the comments. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And lastly, our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invacto Elements, and our channel sponsor, the Dark Somnium, with gracious thanks. Your voice for these tales is our jubilant janitor TJ Lee, all hail his janitorial wisdom, and if you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Dear Pen Pal, when I first received your letter from the Interstellar Correspondence Club, my impulse was to ignore it. The mood of one who has spent the last 70 planetary periods, years I suppose you would call them, in an Auragian prison, does not make for a pleasant exchange of letters. However, life is very boring, and so I finally settled myself to the task of writing you. Your description of Earth sounds exciting. I should like to live there for a while, and I have a suggestion in this connection, but I won't describe it till I have developed it further. You will have noticed the material on which this letter is written. It is a highly sensitive material, very thin, very flexible, and I have enclosed several sheets of it for your use. Tungsten dipped in any strong acid makes an excellent mark on it. It is important to me that you do write on it, as my fingers are too hot, literally, to hold your paper without damaging it. I'll say no more just now. It is possible you will not care to correspond with a convicted criminal, and therefore I shall leave the next move up to you. Thank you for your letter. Though you did not know its destination, it brought a moment of cheer into my drab life. Skander. Planet Aurigae 2. Dear Pen Pal, your prompt reply to my letter made me happy. I am sorry your doctor thought it excited you too much, and sorry also if I have described my predicament in such a way as to make you feel badly. I welcome your many questions, and I shall try to answer them all. You say the International Correspondence Club has no record of having sent any letters to Aurigae. That, according to them, the temperature on the second planet of the Aurigae sun is more than 500 degrees Fahrenheit, and that life is not known to exist there. Your club is right about the temperature and the letters. We have what your people would call a hot climate, but then we are not a hydrocarbon form of life, and find 500 degrees very pleasant. I must apologize for deceiving you about the way your first letter was sent to me. I didn't want to frighten you away by telling you too much at once. I could not know that you would want to hear from me. The truth is that I am a scientist, and along with the other members of my race, I have known for some centuries that there were other inhabited systems in the galaxy. Since I am allowed to experiment in my spare hours, I amused myself in attempts at communication. I developed several simple systems for breaking in on galactic communication operations, but it was not until I developed a subspace wave control that I was able to draw your letter, along with several others which I did not answer, into a cold chamber. I used the cold chamber as both a sending and receiving center, and since you were kind enough to use the material which I sent you, It was easy for me to locate your second letter among the mass of mail that accumulated at the nearest headquarters of the Interstellar Correspondence Club. How did I learn your language? After all, it is a simple one. Particularly the written language seems easy. I had no difficulty with it. If you are still interested in writing me, I shall be happy to continue the correspondence. Skander, Origay 2. Dear Pen Pal, your enthusiasm is refreshing. You say that I failed to answer your question about how I expected to visit Earth. I confess I deliberately ignored the question, as my experiment had not yet proceeded far enough. I want you to bear with me a short time longer, and then I will be able to give you the details. You are right in saying that it would be difficult for a being who lives at a temperature of 500 degrees Fahrenheit to mingle freely with the people of Earth. This was never my intention, so please relieve your mind. However, let us drop that subject for the time being. I appreciate the delicate way in which you approach the subject of my imprisonment, but it is quite unnecessary. I performed forbidden experiments upon my body in a way that was deemed to be dangerous to the public welfare. For instance, among other things, I once lowered my surface temperature to 150 degrees Fahrenheit, and so shortened the radioactive cycle time of my surroundings. This caused an unexpected break in the normal person-to-person energy flow in the city where I lived, and so charges were laid against me. I have 30 more years to serve. It would be pleasant to leave my body behind and tour the universe, but as I said, I'll discuss that later. I wouldn't say that we're a superior race. We have certain qualities which apparently your people do not have. We live longer, not because of any discoveries we've made about ourselves, but because our bodies are built of a more enduring element. I don't know your name for it, but the atomic weight is 52.9. Author's note, a radioactive isotope of chromium. Our scientific discoveries are of the kind that would normally be made by a race with our kind of physical structure. The fact that we can work with temperatures of as high as... I don't just know how to put that, has been very helpful in the development of the subspace energies which are extremely hot and require delicate adjustments. In the later stages, these adjustments can be made by machinery, but in the development, the work must be done by hand. I put that word in quotes because we have no hands in the same way that you have. I am enclosing a photographic plate, properly cooled and chemicalized for your climate. I wonder if you would set it up and take a picture of yourself. All you have to do is arrange it properly on the basis of the laws of light. That is, light travels in straight lines, so stand in front of it, and when you are ready, think ready. The picture will be automatically taken. Would you do this for me? If you are interested, I will also send you a picture of myself, though I must warn you, my appearance will probably shock you. Sincerely, Skander, Origay 2. Dear Pen Pal, just a brief note in answer to your question. It is not necessary to put the plate into a camera. You describe this as a dark box. The plate will take the picture when you think ready. I assure you, it will not be flooded with light. Skander, Planet Origay. Dear Pen Pal, you say that while you were waiting for the answer to my last letter, you showed the photographic plate to one of the doctors at the hospital. I cannot picture what you mean by doctor or hospital, but let that pass. And he took the problem up with the government authorities. Problem? I don't understand. I thought we were having a pleasant correspondence, private and personal. I shall certainly appreciate your sending that picture of yourself. Skander, Origay 2. Dear Pen Pal, I assure you I am not annoyed at your action. It merely puzzled me, and I am sorry the plate has not yet been given back to you. Knowing what governments are, I can imagine that it will not be returned to you for some time, so I am taking the liberty of enclosing another plate. I cannot imagine why you should have been warned against continuing this correspondence. What do they expect me to do? Eat you up at long distance? I'm sorry, but I don't like hydrogen in my diet. In any event, I would like your picture as a memento of our friendship, and I will send you mine as soon as I have received yours. You may keep it or throw it away or give it to your governmental authorities, but at least I will have the knowledge that I've given a fair exchange. With all the best wishes, Skander, Origay 2. Dear Pen Pal, your last letter was so long in coming that I thought you had decided to break off the correspondence. I was sorry to notice that you failed to enclose the photograph, puzzled by your reference to having had a relapse, and cheered by your statement that you would send it along as soon as you felt better, whatever that means. However, the important thing is that you did write, and I respect the philosophy of your club, which asks its members not to write of pessimistic matters. We all have our own problems which we regard as overshadowing the problems of others. Here I am in prison, doomed to spend the next 30 years tucked away from the mainstream of life. Even the thought is hard on my restless spirit, though I know I have a long life ahead of me after my release. In spite of your friendly letter, I won't feel that you have completely re-established contact with me until you send me the photograph. Skander, Origay 2. Dear Pen Pal, the photograph arrived. As you suggest, your appearance startled me. From your description, I thought I had mentally reconstructed your body. It just goes to show that words cannot really describe an object which one has never seen. You'll notice that I've enclosed a photograph of myself, as I promised I would. Chunky, metallic-looking chap, am I not? Very different, I'll wager, than you expected. The various races with whom we have communicated become wary of us when they discover we are highly radioactive, and that literally we are a radioactive form of life, the only such that we know of in the universe. It's been very trying to be so isolated, and, as you know, I have occasionally mentioned that I had hopes of escaping not only the deadly imprisonment to which I am being subjected, but also the body which cannot escape. Perhaps you'll be interested in hearing how far this idea has developed. The problem involved is one of exchange of personalities with someone else. Actually, it is not really an exchange in the accepted meaning of the word. It is necessary to get an impress of both individuals, of their minds and of their thoughts as well as their bodies. Since this phase is purely mechanical, it is simply a matter of taking complete photographs and of exchanging them. By complete, I mean, of course, every vibration must be registered. The next step is to make sure the two photographs are exchanged. That is, that each party has somewhere near him a complete photograph of the other. It is already too late, Pen Pal. I have set in motion the subspace energy interflow between the two plates, so you might as well listen on. As I have said, it is not exactly an exchange of personalities. The original personality in each individual is suppressed, literally pushed back out of the consciousness, and the image personality from the photographic plate replaces it. You will take with you a complete memory of your life on Earth, and I will take along memory of my life on Origay. Simultaneously, the memory of the receiving body will be blurrily at our disposal. A part of us will always be pushing up, striving to regain consciousness, but always lacking the strength to succeed. As soon as I grow tired of Earth, I will exchange bodies in the same way with a member of some other race. 30 years hence, I will be ready to reclaim my body, and you can then have whatever body I last happened to occupy. This should be a very happy arrangement for us both. You, with your short life expectancy, will have outlived all your contemporaries, and will have had an interesting experience. I admit I expect to have the better of the exchange, but now, enough of the explanation. By the time you read this part of the letter, it will be me reading it, not you. But if any part of you is still aware, so long for now, Pen Pal. It's been nice having all those letters from you. I shall write you from time to time to let you know how things are going with my tour. Ever yours, Skander, Origay 2. Dear Pen Pal, thanks a lot for forcing the issue. For a long time, I hesitated about letting you play such a trick on yourself. You see, the government scientists analysed the nature of that first photographic plate you sent me, so the final decision was really up to me. I decided that anyone as eager as you were to put one over should be allowed to succeed. Now I know I didn't have to feel sorry for you. Your plan to conquer Earth wouldn't have gotten anywhere, but the fact that you had the idea ends the need for sympathy. By this time, you will have realised for yourself that a man who has been paralysed since birth and is subject to heart attacks cannot expect a long lifespan. I am happy to tell you that your once lonely pen pal is enjoying himself, and I am happy to sign myself with a name to which I expect to become accustomed. Skanda, Origay 2. In the waiting, windless dark, Louis Stillman pressed into the building front shadows along Wilshire Boulevard. Breathing softly, the automatic poised and ready in his hand, he advanced with animal stealth toward Western, gliding over the night-cool concrete, past ravaged clothing shops, drug and 10-cent stores, their windows shattered, their doors ajar and swinging. The city of Los Angeles, painted in cold moonlight, was an immense graveyard. The tall, white tombstone buildings thrust up from the silent pavement, shadow-carved and lonely. Overturned metal corpses of trucks, buses, and automobiles littered the streets. He paused under the wide marquee of the Fox Wiltern. Above his head, rows of splintered display bulbs gaped, sharp glass teeth and wooden jaws. Louis Stillman felt as though they might drop at any moment to pierce his body. 4 more blocks to cover. His destination? A small corner delicatessen 4 blocks south of Wilshire, on Western. Tonight he intended bypassing the larger stores like Safeway or Thrifty Mart, with their available supplies of exotic foods. A smaller grocery was far more likely to have what he needed. He was finding it more and more difficult to locate basic foodstuffs. In the big supermarkets, only the more exotic and highly spiced canned and bottled goods remained, and he was sick of caviar and oysters. Crossing Western, he had almost reached the far curb when he saw some of them. He dropped immediately to his knees behind the rusting bulk of an Olds 88. The rear door on his side was open, and he cautiously eased himself into the back seat of the deserted car. Releasing the safety catch on the automatic, he peered through the cracked window at 6 or 7 of them as they moved toward him along the street. God, had he been seen? He couldn't be sure. Perhaps they were aware of his position. He should have remained on the open street where he'd have a running chance. Perhaps, if his aim were true, he could kill most of them. But even with its silencer, the gun would be heard and more of them would come. He dared not fire until he was certain they discovered him. They came closer, their small, dark bodies crowding the walk, 6 of them chattering, leaping, cruel mouths open, eyes glittering under the moon. Closer. The shrill pipings increased, rose in volume. Closer. Now he could make out their sharp teeth and matted hair. Only a few feet from the car. His hand was moist on the handle of the automatic. His heart thundered against his chest. Seconds away. Now. Louis Stillman fell heavily back against the dusty seat cushion, the gun loose in his trembling hand. They had passed by. They had missed him. Their thin pipings diminished, grew faint with distance. The tomb silence of late night settled around him. The delicatessen proved a real windfall. The shelves were relatively untouched, and he had a wide choice of tinned goods. He found an empty cardboard box and hastily began to transfer the cans from the shelf nearest him. A noise from behind. A padding, scraping sound. Louis Stillman whirled around, the automatic ready. A huge mongrel dog faced him, growling deep in its throat, 4 legs braced for assault. The blunt ears were laid flat along the short-haired skull, and a thin trickle of saliva seeped from the killing jaws. The beast's powerful chest muscles were bunched for the spring when Stillman acted. The gun, he knew, was useless. The shots would be heard. Therefore, with the full strength of his left arm, he hurled a heavy can at the dog's head. The stunned animal staggered under the blow, legs buckling. Hurriedly, Stillman gathered his supplies and made his way back to the street. How much longer can my luck hold? Louis Stillman wondered as he bolted the door. He placed the box of tinned goods on a wooden table and lit the tall lamp nearby. Its flickering orange glow illumined the narrow, low-ceilinged room as Stillman seated himself on one of the 3 chairs facing the table. Twice tonight, his mind told him. Twice you've escaped them. And they could have seen you easily on both occasions if they had been watching for you. They don't know you're alive. But when they find out... He forced his thoughts away from the scene in his mind, away from the horror. Quickly, he stood up and began to unload the box, placing the cans on a long shelf along the far side of the room. He began to think of women, of a girl named Joan, and of how much he had loved her. The world of Louis Stillman was damp and lightless. It was narrow, and its cold stone walls pressed in upon him as he moved. He had been walking for several hours. Sometimes he would run, because he knew his leg muscles must be kept strong. But he was walking now, following the thin yellow beam of his hooded lantern. He was searching. Tonight, he thought, I might find another like myself. Surely someone is down here. I'll find someone if I keep searching. I must find someone. But he knew he would not. He knew he would find only chill emptiness ahead of him in the tunnels. For 3 long years, he had been searching for another man or woman down here in this world under the city. For 3 years, he had prowled the 700 miles of storm drains which threaded their way under the skin of Los Angeles like the veins in a giant's body. And he had found nothing. Nothing. Even now, after all the days and nights of search, he could not really accept the fact that he was alone. That he was the last man alive in a city of 7 million. That all the others were dead. He paused, resting his back against the cold stone. Some of them were moving over the street above his head. He listened to the sharp scuffling sounds on the pavement and swore bitterly. "Damn you," said Louis Stillman levelly. "Damn all of you." Louis Stillman was running down the long tunnels. Behind him, a tide of midget shadows washed from wall to wall. High, keening cries, doubled and tripled by echoes, rang in his ears. Claws reached for him. He felt panting breath. Like hot smoke on the back of his neck, his lungs were bursting, his entire body aflame. He looked down at his fast-pumping legs, doing their job with pistoned precision. He listened to the sharp slap of his heels against the floor of the tunnel, and he thought, I might die at any moment, but my legs will escape. They will run on down the endless drains and never be caught. They move so fast while my heavy, awkward upper body rocks and sways above them, slowing them down, tiring them, making them angry. Oh, how my legs must hate me. I must be clever and humor them, beg them to take me along to safely. How well they run. How sleek and fine. Then he felt himself coming apart. His legs were detaching themselves from his upper body. He cried out in horror, flailing the air with his arms, beseeching them not to leave him behind. But the legs cruelly continued to unfasten themselves. In a cold surge of terror, Louis Stillman felt himself tipping, falling toward the damp floor, while his legs raced on with a wild animal life of their own. He opened his mouth, high above the insane legs, and screamed, ending the nightmare. He sat up stiffly in his cot, gasping, drenched in sweat. He drew in a long, shuddering breath and reached for a cigarette. He lit it with a trembling hand. The nightmares were getting worse. He realized that his mind was rebelling as he slept, spilling forth the bottled-up fears of the day during the night hours. He thought once more about the beginning 6 years ago, about why he was still alive, the last of his kind. The alien ships had struck Earth suddenly, without warning. Their attack had been thorough and deadly. In a matter of hours, the aliens had accomplished their clever mission, and the men and women of Earth were destroyed. A few survived, he was certain. He had never met any of them, but he was convinced they existed. Los Angeles was not the world, after all, and if he escaped, so must have others around the globe. He'd been working alone in the drains when the alien ships appeared, finishing a special job for the construction company on B Tunnel. He could still hear the weird sound of the mammoth ships and feel the intense heat of their passage. Hunger had forced him out, and overnight, he became a curiosity. The last man alive. For 3 years, he was not harmed. He worked with them, taught them many things, and tried to win their confidence. But, eventually, certain ones came to hate him, to be jealous of his relationship with the others. Luckily, he had been able to escape to the drains. That was 3 years ago, and now they had forgotten him. His later excursions to the upper level of the city had been made under cover of darkness, and he never ventured out unless his food supply dwindled. Water was provided by rain during the wet months, and by bottled liquids during the dry. He had built his one-room structure directly to the side of an overhead grating, not close enough to risk their seeing it, but close enough for light to seep in during the sunlight hours. He missed the warm feel of open sun on his body almost as much as he missed the companionship of others. But he could not think of risking himself above the drains by day. Sometimes he got insane thoughts. Sometimes, when the loneliness closed in like an immense fist and he could no longer stand the sound of his own voice, he would think of bringing one of them down with him into the drains. One at a time, they could be handled. Then he'd remember their sharp, savage eyes, their animal ferocity, and he would realize that the idea was impossible. If one of their kind disappeared, suddenly and without trace, others would certainly become suspicious, begin to search for him, and it would all be over. Louis Stillman settled back into his pillow, pulling the blankets tight about his body. He closed his eyes and tried not to listen to the distant screams, pipings, and reedy cries filtering down from the street above his head. And finally, he slept. He spent the afternoon with paper women. He lingered over the pages of some yellowed fashion magazines, looking at all the beautifully photographed models in their fine clothes. All slim and enchanting, these page women, with their cool, enticing eyes and perfect smiles. All grace and softness and glitter and swirled cloth. He touched their images with gentle fingers, stroking the tawny paper hair, as though, by some magic formula, he might imbue them with life. It was easy to imagine that these women had never really lived at all, that they were simply painted, in microscopic detail, by sly artists to give the illusion of photos. He didn't like to think about these women, and how they died. That evening, Louis Stillman watched the moon, round and high and yellow in the night sky, and he thought of his father, and of the long hikes through the moonlit Maine countryside, of hunting trips and warm campfires, of the Maine woods, rich and green in summer. He thought of his father's hopes for the future, and the words of that tall, gray-haired figure came back to him. "You'll be a fine doctor, Louis. Study and work hard and you'll succeed. I know you will." He remembered the long winter evenings of study at his father's great mahogany desk, poring over medical books and journals, taking notes, sifting and re-sifting facts. He remembered one set of books in particular, Erickson's monumental 3-volume text on surgery, richly bound and stamped in gold. He had always loved these books above all others. What had gone wrong along the way? Somehow the dream had faded, the bright goal vanished and was lost. After a year of pre-med at the University of Southern California, he had given up medicine. He had become discouraged and quit college to take a laborer's job with a construction company. How ironic that this move should save his life. He'd wanted to work with his hands, to sweat and labor with the muscles of his body. He'd wanted to earn enough to marry Joan, and then, later perhaps, he would have returned to finish his courses. It all seemed so far away now. His reason for quitting, for letting his father down. Now, at this moment, an overwhelming desire gripped him. a desire to pore over Erichson's pages once again, to recreate, even for a brief moment, the comfort and happiness of his childhood. He'd seen a duplicate set on the second floor of Pipwick's bookstore in Hollywood, in their used book department, and now he knew he must go after them, bring the books back with him to the drains. It was a dangerous and foolish desire, but he knew he would obey it. Despite the risk of death, he would go after the books tonight. Tonight. One corner of Louis Stillman's room was reserved for weapons. His prize, a Thompson submachine, had been procured from the Los Angeles police arsenal. Supplementing the Thompson were 2 semi-automatic rifles, a Luger, a Colt 45, and a .22 caliber Hornet pistol equipped with a silencer. He always kept the smallest gun in a spring-clip holster beneath his armpit, but it was not his habit to carry any of the larger weapons with him into the city. On this night, however, things were different. The drains ended 2 miles short of Hollywood, which means he would be forced to cover a long and particularly hazardous stretch of ground in order to reach the bookstore. He therefore decided to take along the .30 caliber Savage rifle in addition to the small-handed weapon. "You're a fool, Louis," he told himself as he slid the oiled Savage from its leather case. "Are the books important enough to risk your life?" "Yes," another part of him replied. "They are that important. If you want a thing badly enough, and the thing is worthwhile, then you must go after it. If fear holds you like a rat in the dark, then you are worse than a coward. You betray yourself and the civilization you represent. Go out and bring the books back." Running in the chill night wind, grass, now pavement, now grass beneath his feet, ducking into shadows, moving stealthily past shops and theaters, rushing under the cold moon. Santa Monica Boulevard, then Highland, then Hollywood Boulevard, and finally, after an eternity of heartbeats, the bookstore. Pipwick's. Louis Stillman, his rifle over one shoulder, the small automatic gleaming in his hand, edged silently into the store. A paper battleground met his eyes. In the filtered moonlight, a white blanket of broken-backed volumes spilled across the entire lower floor. Stillman shuddered. He could envision them, shrieking, scrabbling at the shelves, throwing books wildly across the room at one another, screaming, ripping, destroying. What of other floors? What of the medical section? He crossed the stairs, spilled pages crackling like a fall of dry leaves under his step, and sprinted up the first short flight to the mezzanine. Similar chaos. He hurried up to the second floor, stumbling, terribly afraid of what he might find. Reaching the top, his heart thudding, he squinted into the dimness. The books were undisturbed. Apparently they had tired of their game before reaching these. He slipped the rifle from his shoulder and placed it near the stairs. Dust lay thick all around him, powdering up and swirling as he moved down the narrow aisles. A damp, leathery mustiness lived in the air, an odor of mold and neglect. Louis Stillman paused before a dim hand-lettered sign, "Medical Section." It was just as he remembered it. Holstering the small automatic, he struck a match, shading the flame with a cupped hand as he moved it along the rows of faded titles. Carter, Davidson, Enright, Erichson. He drew in his breath sharply. All 3 volumes, their gold stamping dust-dulled but readable, stood in tall and perfect order on the shelf. In the darkness, Louis Stillman carefully removed each volume, blowing it free of dust. At last, all 3 books were clean and solid in his hands. Well, you've done it. You've reached the books, and now they belong to you. He smiled, thinking of the moment when he would be able to sit down at the table with his treasure and linger again and again over the wondrous pages. He found an empty carton at the rear of the store and placed the books inside. Returning to the stairs, he shouldered the rifle and began his descent to the lower floor. So far, he told himself, my luck is still holding. But as Louis Stillman's foot touched the final stair, his luck ran out. The entire lower floor was alive with them. Rustling like a mass of great insects, gliding toward him, eyes gleaming in the half-light, they converged upon the stairs. They had been waiting for him. Now, suddenly, the books no longer mattered. Now only his life mattered and nothing else. He moved back against the hardwood of the stair rail, the carton of books sliding from his hands. They had stopped at the foot of the stairs. They were silent, looking up at him, the hate in their eyes. If you can reach the street, Stillman told himself, then you've still got half a chance. That means you've got to get through them to the door. All right then, move. Louis Stillman squeezed the trigger of the automatic and 3 shots echoed through the silent store. 2 of them fell under the bullets as Stillman rushed into their midst. He felt sharp nails claw at his shirt and trousers, heard the cloth ripping away in their grasp. He kept firing the small automatic into them, and 3 more dropped under the hail of bullets, shrieking in pain and surprise. The others spilled back, screaming from the door. The gun was empty. He tossed it away, swinging the heavy Savage rifle free from his shoulder as he reached the street. The night air, crisp and cool in his lungs, gave him instant hope. I could still make it, thought Stillman, as he leaped the curb and plunged across the pavement. If those shots weren't heard, then I've still got the edge. My legs are strong, I can outdistance them. Luck, however, had failed him completely on this night. Near the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland, a fresh pack of them swarmed toward him over the street. He dropped to one knee and fired into their ranks, the Savage jerking in his hands. They scattered to either side. He began to run steadily down the middle of Hollywood Boulevard, using the butt of the heavy rifle like a battering ram as they came at him. As he neared Highland, 3 of them darted directly into his path. Stillman fired. One doubled over, lurching crazily into a jagged plate glass storefront. Another clawed at him as he swept around the corner to Highland. He managed to shake free. The street ahead of him was clear. Now his superior leg power would count heavily in his favor. 2 miles. Could he make it back before the others cut him off? Running, reloading, firing. Sweat soaking his shirt, rivering down his face, stinging his eyes. A mile covered. Halfway to the drains. They'd fallen back. But more of them were coming, drawn by the rifle shots pouring in from side streets, stores, and houses. His heart jarred in his body. His breath was ragged. How many of them around him? 100? 200? More coming, God! He bit down on his lower lip until the salt taste of blood was on his tongue. You can't make it, a voice inside him shouted. They'll have you in another block and you know it. He fitted the rifle to his shoulder, adjusted his aim, and fired. The long, rolling crack of the big weapon filled the night. Again and again he fired, the butt jerking into the flesh of his shoulder, the smell of powder in his nostrils. It was no use. Too many of them. Louis Stillman knew that he was going to die. The rifle was empty at last. The final bullet had been fired. He had no place to run because they were all around him, in a slowly closing circle. He looked at the ring of small, cruel faces and thought, the aliens did their job perfectly. They stopped Earth before she could reach the age of the rocket, before she could threaten planets beyond her own moon. What an immensely clever plan it had been, to destroy every human being on Earth above the age of 6, and then to leave as quickly as they had come, allowing our civilization to continue on a primitive level, knowing that Earth's back had been broken, that her survivors would revert to savagery as they grew into adulthood. Louis Stillman dropped the empty rifle at his feet and threw out his hands. Listen, he pleaded. I'm really one of you. You'll all be like me soon. Please, listen to me. But the circle tightened relentlessly around Louis Stillman, and he was screaming when the children closed in. See, this is why I never trust letters from body snatchers in outer space or killer feral children. Both are unpredictable, dangerous, and largely unwanted in my world, thank you very much. Keep both of them at arm's length, and if threatened, use proportional force. Or just put up a huge divider to keep them out, whichever comes first. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of dwelling, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves and give special thanks to our Patreons. Our Purple Crayon Eater Mary Peck, our new janitors Alex Nunez, Feeny Von Karma, and Arkham Cookie, our Void Walker Evan Diaz, who is currently remaking the third floor in a powerful beige with these reverberating patterns, and our very own Blackwell family member Papa Kyle Blackwell, sitting on his rocking chair made of bones, steel, and unfulfilled dreams, watching and waiting for the slightest hint of vulnerability before enacting his war campaign. We love you and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for the Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water. Read a book about science fiction, eat something sweet and savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station. Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you back to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the courageously cantankerous, conjugatively coruscating and cool cucumber Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We operated Sturgeon's first proper wrestling academy. That's right. Hans Stanson's affiliate academy ran by Stanson-trained Roosevelt Blackwell, known better by his stage name, King Beef Wellington. Wellington was a mean man, a heel, if you will, constantly berating fans with commentary on the right way to consume meat. He believed medium rare was the best, and constantly taunting the crowd by beating the opponent with meat and calling it a trip to the butcher shop. He was a vegetarian outside of the ring. But in order to keep up the facade, he would always sink his teeth into Beef Wellington whenever he got spotted in public. Poor man loved the business, almost to a fault. Anyway, now I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will decide tonight is the night you'll use your Ever Journal. And you don't recall when you got it, only that you had been told by some loving family member or friend, usually older and with a better grip on their life than your own, that you could benefit from using an Ever Journal someday, when the time was right. It's been set on your bedside table for many, many moons, yet never gathering dust. On feverish nights when you feel most vulnerable, you've picked it up and held it with tender hands, wondering if your recent events are justification to placate the voice in your mind and entomb your thoughts in this most unusual tone. Perhaps tonight is that night, dear listeners. But remember, an ever journal is for ever. As is tradition with our Dusklight driving, we have two stories for you on this fine evening, and both come to us from the golden age of science fiction as part of Dusklight Radio's commitment to keeping classic sci-fi and sci-fi horror alive for new generations. The first, Starborn, by the legendary Robert Bloch, is a slow burn about an expedition to a new planet gone wrong. Our second tale, Earth Surrenders by Barbara Paul, encapsulates some of humanity's worst traits manifesting on first contact. Not your kind of thing? Well, don't fret. A new Sturgeon video is on its way, and Nightmare Detectives Chapter 10 will be up by this weekend. Our narrator for these stories is the unusually busy janitor TJ Lee, currently off on tour for his Purple Crayon Revival ceremony, whatever that means. All I know is I've started seeing a lot more folks around Sturgeon wearing purple outfits. I hope the sickness isn't spreading. I have a note from him he wanted me to pass on to all of you. I almost forgot. Sorry for the lack of videos. Sickness plus quality over quantity plus wrestling trips. My bad. Back soon. With love, Teach. Well, joining him is the amazing vocal talents of Spirit Voices and our sponsor and very good friend of the station, the Docksomnium. Please consider checking out both if you somehow haven't already. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And lastly, our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invato Elements, and the Docksomnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. The probe mission ship locked into orbit and began its sensor scan of the planet Echo. Seated at his post on the bridge, Mission Commander Richard Tasman, United States Navy, checked out the data processed by the technical teams of his crew. Beside him, Lieutenant Ted Gilby, his second-in-command, nodded approvingly. "Looks good," Gilby said. "Looks very good." And it did. According to the computerized data fed back through the tapes, Echo was indeed an Earth-type planet, just as had been suspected. Photoscopes confirmed the presence of running water, surface soil, and abundant vegetation. The bacterial life analysis indicated nothing harmful or unfamiliar. Echo's planetary profile was that of a miniature world, alive and unpolluted, unspoiled by the presence of man. Then the tapes began running wild. Tasman stared at Gilby. Gilby stared at Tasman, and both men turned to stare at the photoscope. The confirming data coming in told the story, but one picture is always worth 10,000 words, even though for a moment this particular picture left them both speechless. Clearly and unmistakably, it showed the boulder-strewn hillside and what rested on the sloping surface, landing gear crumpled against the looming rocks. The scope moved in for a close shot, panning across the hull, picking up the insignia and legible lettering, USS Orion. There, on the face of a minor planet near the edge of the galaxy, unexplored and unvisited by man, was a spacecraft from Earth. Tasman took over the landing party himself, leaving Gilby behind in command. There were 5 members in the task force, counting Tasman, as the auxiliary launch settled safely on target. When the spacemen emerged from the hatch, they were less than 1,000 yards from the hulk of the USS Orion on the hillside. Even before they forced their way inside, all doubts had vanished. Weber, the chief petty officer of the party, spoke for them all. "This is it, sir. Kevin's ship." Tasman shook his head grimly. "Our ship," he said. "Kevin stole it." There was no answer to that, not from Weber or any of the others, because all of them knew Tasman spoke the truth. Senior Commander Kevin Nichols, USN veteran astronaut, hero of the space program, next in line for appointment to head the entire space project itself, had stolen the ship. A year ago, almost to the day by Earth calendar, Nichols and the Orion had vanished. No advance warning, no clearance, nothing. And no telltale traces left behind. Even his wife had disappeared. It took almost 6 months of intensive investigation to unravel the tangle of red tape surrounding the flight, and even now there were 1,000 loose ends. All the evidence added up to the fact that Kevin Nichols had moved swiftly and secretly according to a well-prepared plan. Forged orders for a security-sealed mission had been used to get the Orion equipped and on the launching pad without a leak. One of the very latest miniaturized spacecraft, Orion required only the services of a pilot with all flight functions self-powered, self-contained, and computer-directed. It was a top-secret test model, designed for future exploration projects, and put through its trial runs by Kevin Nichols himself. So when he ordered it, supplied and readied for takeoff, no one had questioned him or broken security regulations to reveal its departure. Not until the Orion soared into space did the scandal rise in its wake, and even that was secret, hushed up by the space program itself before the news could break to the public. Then came the investigation, and the eventual discovery of Kevin's probable destination. Not Echo itself, but Sector 23, the same area of the space chart. It was then that Commander Tasman had been assigned to go after the missing ship and the missing man. Tasman knew Kevin Nichols. They had been classmates at the Cape years ago, and perhaps that's why he was chosen for the mission. But knowing Kevin hadn't made the job of locating him any easier. They had touched down at a dozen points before the process of elimination zeroed them in on Echo. It was only now, months after the start of the expedition, that they had caught up with the fugitive. Or had they? Kevin wasn't on the ship. Neither were its supplies and portable instruments. "Now what?" Tasman muttered. Weber, the CPO, suggested scouting the surrounding terrain, and it was he who discovered the cave set in the rocks. Tasman was the first to enter, and what he found there in the dark depths brought the others to his side on the run. Living in a cave is not an ideal existence at best, and when one's supplies are exhausted and the battery-powered light sources fail, there's nothing left but shadows. Shadows looming up everywhere from the twisted tunnels which wind on down endlessly beyond the outer chamber. And when one cries out, the shadows do not answer. There is only the sound of Echo screaming through the darkness. Echo. The planet was well named. Had Kevin Nichols thought of that while he screamed, or when he grew too weak for screaming? Had he stared at the shapeless shadows which seemed to seethe and stir in the tunnel mouths beyond? It didn't matter now. The tunnel mouths were open, but Kevin's mouth was closed. Closed and set in the grim grin of death. One look at the gaunt face and emaciated body brought one word to Weber's lips. Starvation. Commander Tasman nodded without comment, then stooped to examine the other body. For there was another body lying there, some little distance away, lying face downward, arms outstretched, as though attempting to crawl towards the tunnels when death halted her. Her. Tasman turned the body over, staring in recognition at the wasted form. Kevin's wife, he murmured. He took her with him. Kevin took her with him, and death took them both. Here, in a remote cave on a distant planet, surrounded by shadows, the fugitives had died in darkness, and now only echoes lingered, wailing in the depths. If you listened closely, you could almost hear them now, faint and far away. And then they did hear the sound, all of them, and recognized it for what it was, issuing from the shadows beyond, impossibly but unmistakably. A baby had cried. There were problems. Many problems. The first was physical. How to transport a newborn infant back to Earth on a probe mission ship lacking the facilities and even the feeding formula necessary to sustain its fragile hold on life. Surprisingly enough, the little one survived and even flourished on the hastily improvised diet of powdered milk and juices. The infant girl seemed to have inherited some of Kevin Nichols' toughness and tenacity, as well as his features. Indeed, the resemblance was so close between father and daughter that it was decided to name her after him. They called her Kiva. It wasn't until after splashdown on Earth that the other problems arose. Then Space Control took charge of Kiva and inherited the dilemma she brought with her. There was no publicity, of course, but that in itself solved nothing. Sooner or later, the news would inevitably leak out. An honored and acclaimed astronaut had succeeded in violating top security, had foiled all interplanetary precautions, and had stolen the latest and most advanced spacecraft. Waves of panic rose and spread behind the locked doors of Space Command. Top brass and top government officials floundered, engulfed in those waves, spluttering in confusion, choking in consternation.
Do you know what this means? When the story gets out, the whole program will be discredited. Stealing a prototype ship right up from under our noses. We're gonna be the laughingstock of the world, the whole galaxy!
Those words were shouted by a senior spokesman for the space project, and a senior spokesman for the government answered him.
Then why not tell the truth? Tell him that we had our eye on Kevin Nichols all along. Knew he was cracking up. Sure, he was next in line for the big promotion, but he wasn't gonna make it. Not after what our investigation uncovered. The drug thing, the embezzlement of project funds. He must have realized we were gonna blow the whistle on him, and that's why he got out, taking his wife with him. Let the public know what happened, that we were the victims of a conspiracy.
You're crazy!
Psychiatrists usually disapprove of using such language, but it was a senior member of the psychiatric advisory staff who spoke.
We can't afford to be laughed at, and we can't afford to be pitied either. Right now, we can't afford anything, period. I don't need to remind you, gentlemen, that the vote on new appropriations for the entire space project is coming up next week. There couldn't be a possibly worse time to tell the world that the largest and most important program in all history has been victimized by one man, and that the biggest hero of that program was a psychotic, a thief, and a traitor. There's got to be another answer.
There was. Exactly who gave it is not known, probably some minor member of the staff. It is the fate of the junior officers to come up with the right suggestion, and their reward is to be forgotten even while the suggestion is remembered. Kiva is our answer, said the nameless junior officer. Everyone looked at him. Everyone listened, and everyone understood. Don't you realize what Nichols has done for the program? He's given us the biggest public relations hook anyone could wish for. His daughter, Kiva. The first child ever to be born in outer space. Not on Mars, or Venus, or a colony, but on a new frontier. The farthermost outpost of all interplanetary exploration known to man. You don't have to say that her father was flipping out, that the ship was stolen. Make the whole thing part of a top security mission. A secret program to test human survival on an Earth-type world. Nichols and his wife volunteered to take the ship off to Echo and have their child there. A heroic experiment that turned into a heroic sacrifice when they emerged from the crash unharmed, but unable to return or communicate with the project back on Earth. Let it be known that Nichols kept a complete record of his stay on Echo, up to and including the actual birth of the infant, but that the data are still classified information. This should put an end to any further embarrassing questions about the affair. But there won't be any trouble about the appropriation. Not if you concentrate publicity where it belongs and keep it there. You're sitting on the greatest story of all time. The greatest celebrity ever known. Kiva, the space child. They didn't sit much longer. Within a matter of hours, the well-oiled machinery of the space program's information unit started to function. The wheels began to turn, and the end product of the manufacturing process appeared. Instant heroes. Kevin Nichols, heroic astronaut who piloted an untested ship to an uncharted world. His wife, who risked her unborn baby in the unknown. The space program itself, bravely breaking through all barriers to prove, once and for all, that humanity could move forward without fear and perpetuate itself on other planets. Nichols and his wife were dead, but the space program survived. Just as predicted, the appropriation passed. And as for young Kiva herself, she lived and thrived. Kiva, the new symbol of the age of space. Publicized, photographed, promoted, praised. In a matter of days, her name was known throughout the solar system and beyond. Child of space, heir to the future, and ward of the space program. Jealously guarded, possessively protected, little Kiva was withdrawn from public scrutiny shortly after she had served her primary purpose and was placed in a private, very private nursery. While Kiva dolls and Kiva toys flooded the market, and Kiva songs and Kiva pictures kept her image bright, the object of all this adulation was being carefully nursed and tended by a team of medical specialists. Pediatricians and psychologists alike agreed, Kiva was a very special baby. Not just because of her value as a living symbol, but for what she was. Exceptionally sturdy, bright, alert, healthy, and precocious. Yet, in spite of security, rumors poured out of the nursery laboratory where the young Kiva was hidden. Standing alone at 5 months, walking at 7 months, only 9 months old and seems to understand everything you say to her. 1 year old and she's already talking. Complete sentences. Did you hear the latest about Kiva? 2.5 going on 3 and they say she's already reading. Can you imagine that? The public could imagine it very easily. As a matter of fact, they were beginning to imagine a little too much. No matter how much a genius was praised, nobody really loved one. A genius was too hard to understand, and the whole point of the plan was plain. Kiva had to be loved. So, after much consideration, Kiva was placed in an exclusive private school, in first phase classes, or what used to be called kindergarten. Good thinking, everyone said. Give her a chance to grow up with the other youngsters, learn to be like the rest of the kids. But Kiva wasn't like the rest of the kids. She grew faster and learned more quickly. She seemed immune to childhood diseases and she was never ill. Perhaps this was a result of the antiseptic care of the medical team, but even so, it was highly unusual. The doctors took notes. The psychologists took notes too. Kiva did not relate to her peer group. That was the way they phrased it. In plainer words, she didn't want to have anything to do with the other children. And what she did not want to do, she did not bother with. She read. She asked questions, intelligent, penetrating questions, and she was impatient with stupid answers. Kiva had no interest in nursery rhymes or fairy tales or bedtime stories. Facts and figures, those were the things that fascinated her. She never played with toys, and she refused to learn any games. The other youngsters didn't understand her, and what children can't understand they usually dislike, a trait often carried over into adult life. 2 of the children never got to carry that or any other trait into adult life. They took to teasing Kiva, calling her names, but only for a few days. Then they died. One of them fell out of an upstairs window while walking in his sleep. The other went into convulsions, an epileptic seizure, the doctors decided. Of course, Kiva had nothing to do with it. She was nowhere near either of the youngsters at the time. But there was bound to be talk, so the medical team took her out of the school. To put an end to any possible rumors, a thorough checkup was programmed for the prodigy. And prodigy she was, a beautiful, healthy child without functional defect. The results of the battery of mental tests indicated genius. What Kiva needed, the medical team decided, was a chance to lead a normal existence, an opportunity to relate to ordinary people in ordinary surroundings. As a celebrity, such a life was, of course, impossible. So they changed her name, took her clear across the country, and put her up for adoption. The world at large was told that Kiva had been sent abroad for further education under governmental supervision. Even the couple who took her into their home didn't realize that their bright, good-looking new daughter was the famous space child. To George and Elaine Rutherford, Kiva was an orphan named Robin, a quiet girl, well-behaved, quick in her studies, sailing through high school and into college at 15. There were no problems. At least, the security reports didn't indicate any. The space program had her under observation, of course, monitoring her progress at school. Perhaps they should have spent more time monitoring her foster parents. As it was, they didn't seem to notice the change in Mr. and Mrs. Rutherford. Maybe the Rutherfords weren't even aware of it themselves, It wasn't anything dramatic. But as Kiva grew, they dwindled. Kiva's growth was physically apparent. At 17, already a senior in college, she seemed completely mature. Enough of an adult, in fact, to enter into the management of her foster father's prosperous ranch during the summer months. Rutherford, the bluff, hearty ranger with the booming voice, made no objection. It was as though he secretly welcomed the idea of taking things easy, of not having to bawl out orders, of sitting quietly on the big screened porch and rocking away. After a time, people began to notice how he mumbled and muttered, talking to himself. Elaine Rutherford didn't say anything. She gradually stopped entertaining or going out, and never saw any of their old friends. While the girl ran the ranch, she was content to just keep the house and spend her spare time resting upstairs. Then she began to talk to herself too. It was just about a year later, after Kiva had graduated and gone into advanced work in astrophysics, that the authorities came and took the Rutherfords away. There was a hearing and the ranch hands testified. So did the girl. Everyone agreed that there had been no real violence, no real crisis. It was only that the Rutherfords had gone from talking to babbling, and from babbling to screaming. Shadows were what they feared. Shadows, or a single shadow. Apparently they never saw more than one at any given moment. A shadow moving at midnight in the corrals, making the cattle bellow in terror. But why should cattle be afraid of something that cannot be seen? A shadow creeping through the long dark ranch house hall, while the floorboards creaked. But how can there be sound without substance? A shadow glimpsed in the girl's room, stretched, sleeping in the bed where the girl should be. But shadows do not sleep, and the girl testified she had seen nothing. It was a sad affair, and the ending was inevitable. The Rutherfords were obviously incompetent, and they had to be committed. Both of them died within a matter of months. The space program people stayed out of the affair, of course. At least they didn't interfere publicly. But they followed the hearing, and they had the data, and they took charge of Kiva once more. Taking charge was a mere formality now, for they weren't dealing with a child any longer. Kiva was physically adult, and mentally she was worthy of further study. That's what the medical team had decided. Kiva was happy to cooperate, even though it meant temporarily abandoning her research project on the methods of communicating with distant planetary bodies through the use of ultrasonic frequencies. On the appointed day, she appeared before an international panel of scientific authorities at Space Command headquarters, prepared to submit to a thorough examination and checkup. But she was not prepared to meet the head of that panel, an elderly, stoop-shouldered man who was introduced to her as Mission Commander Richard Tasman, USN retired. The foreign scientists noted that Kiva didn't seem to react to the introduction. Perhaps she didn't recognize the name, but, of course, there was no reason that she should. At least there was no reason until Tasman began asking questions. The questions were polite, formally phrased and simple, but their content was disturbing. Tasman wanted Kiva to tell him about the shadows. Kiva frowned and then sighed.
Surely you've read the reports of the hearing. The shadows my poor foster parents claimed to have seen were non-existent. Paranoid delusions.
Commander Tasman nodded.
But it's the other shadows I'm interested in. The shadows that I saw with my own eyes 20 years ago when I found you in that cave on Echo.
The listening scientists leaned forward as Kiva shook her head. They turned up the earphones to hear what their translators were reporting as the conversation continued. Kiva shrugged.
I was a baby. How do you expect me to remember anything? And if I could, why would I notice shadows?
Why, indeed, Tasman smiled. I saw them plainly enough, but at the time I had no reason to pay attention to them. Now I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
Tasman smiled again.
I'm not so sure of that, either. In fact, I'm not sure of anything anymore. It occurs to me that we should have followed up on our findings on Echo. Somehow, in all the excitement of your discovery and rescue, certain unusual bits of data were neglected. An Earth-type planet exists within a certain range of prescribed conditions. This we know because we've located and studied others within the galaxy. Like Echo, they all contain life forms, microorganisms, algae, plant life in infinite variety, and all of them, in this phase of evolution, contain animal life too. All except Echo.
Tasman fixed his eyes on Kiva.
I understand you have a background in space research.
I'm only a novice.
But have you studied available information?
Yes.
Then let me ask this. Doesn't it seem strange to you that Echo, and Echo alone, is the only Earth-type body ever discovered that is capable of supporting higher and more complicated life forms, yet contains none?
Perhaps there were such forms at one time and they failed to survive.
For what reason? There's no indication of natural disaster or recent geologic upheaval.
Maybe the evolutionary cycle came to a natural end. Whatever might have existed there merely died out.
Kiva said.
Suppose it didn't die out. Suppose it merely developed along different lines, advanced to a point where life was no longer dependent upon a physical body of the type we're familiar with.
You mean something like pure thought?
It was Kiva's turn to smile. Tasman shook his head, and he wasn't smiling.
Something like shadows, he said.
Kiva stared. They were all staring now.
Shadows,
Tasman repeated.
Consider a life form that may once have been human like ourselves, very much like ourselves in many ways, but had reached a turning point in the evolutionary road. Instead of continuing to evolve in terms of brawn, the emphasis became spiritual.
Pure thought again?
Kiva gestured.
Impossible.
Of course it's impossible, Tasman said. Life is energy, and energy has form. But on Echo, which seems to have existed for countless years in an idyllic state, there was no need for a sturdy body to withstand the elements. And who knows? Upon reaching a certain stage of mental development, there may no longer be any dependency upon ordinary nourishment.
You're saying these creatures turned into shadows?
Creatures? Hardly the term I'd use to describe so advanced an organism. As for shadows, how do we know what they really are? Possibly what we saw as shadows are merely visual projections of mental energy contained in the minimum possible shape. A shape that no longer requires sensory organs for perception or communication. A shape that doesn't need the complex of mechanical aids we call civilization, that can live without our concept of comfort and shelter.
In caves?
Kiva rose as she spoke and faced the assemblage around the long table. She talked, and the others listened. Exactly what she said is a matter of debate. Afterwards, opinions seemed to differ, but her words made sense, and everyone got the point. Carefully, courteously, but concisely, she took Tasman's theories apart, demolishing each premise in return. There was no precedent, not in biology or physics or the most advanced observations of science, for sentient shadows. One might as well argue the reality of ghosts. A shadow, by definition, is merely a shade cast upon a surface by a body that intercepts rays of light. It is the body that exists. Shadows are merely illusions, like the apparitions Kiva's foster parents had babbled about, or like Commander Tasman's strange beliefs. The speech was effective, and after Tasman, cold but controlled, excused Kiva from the hearing and had her escorted from the room, there was a general buzz of conversation from the scientists gathered there. Obviously, they were impressed by what they had heard. They were even more impressed when an apologetic sound engineer buzzed the chamber on intercom to report the sudden power failure that had cut off the mics and had made translation of Kiva's speech impossible.
Amazing, the young woman!
The Italian scientist groped for words in his heavenly accented English.
Such pretends to realize this and continue speaking in Italian!
Nein, the guttural rejoinder came swiftly. It was German she spoke.
Français!
Dissension rose in Japanese, Russian, Spanish, and Mandarin. All had heard Kiva, and all had understood. Tasman had understood too. He raced out the door and down the corridor. At the entrance to a small side office, he found Kiva's security guards, stationed and waiting.
Kiva, where is she?
The senior officer blinked and gestured, and sighed. Tasman brushed past them and opened the door. The room beyond had no windows, no other exit, but it was empty. There was no official report of Kiva's disappearance. Even the medical team wasn't informed. But Tasman knew, and went straight to top security. A directive was issued. Find Kiva.
She's bound to slip up, Tasman said. What happened at the hearing proves she's not infallible. When the mics went dead, she unconsciously continued to communicate by means of direct thought transmission. That explains why each foreign delegate believed he was hearing Kiva speak to him in his own language. When Kiva realized she was giving herself away, it was too late. She had to flee. The security officers nodded uneasily. How do you find a person who could transmit thoughts at will, hypnotize guards, and pass them by without being seen or remembered? If she made one mistake, she'll make others,
Tasman assured them. But Tasman himself didn't wait for mistakes. While security personnel searched for Kiva in the present, Tasman sought her in the past. He talked to people who had known her at the ranch, to schoolmates, to the surviving members of the original relief mission, men such as Gilby and Weber. What he learned he kept to himself, but the word spread. Eventually, it reached back to a man who had known Kiva's true parents. Dr. Hans Dietrich, living in retirement in the Virgin Islands, contacted Space Command with an urgent message. He had, he said, certain information which might be of vital importance in this affair. Within 24 hours, Dietrich was visited in his cottage home by an elderly, stoop-shouldered man who identified himself as Mission Commander Richard Tasman, USN, retired. "I'm glad you came," Dietrich said. "I have followed the reports with great interest. My nephew is in the space program, and it was he who informed me of what happened." His visitor frowned. "A security leak?" Do not be alarmed. It is for the best as I was told, and in a moment you will understand why I say that. You see, I know what you are thinking." "You do?" Dietrich frowned. "You have a theory, haven't you? That Kevin Nichols' child was left alone in that cave on Echo when her parents died. Left alone with the shadow creatures. And that somehow, before your relief expedition arrived, these beings took possession of her, so that when she was rescued, she was no longer an ordinary infant, but something more. Because they infused her with their powers, established a mental contact, a link with themselves which is not broken when she returned to Earth. And that all through her childhood and youth, she was really acting as their pawn, a human being under alien control. Is that it?" His visitor nodded. "Well, you are wrong," said Dr. Dietrich. "I was the Nichols' family physician. I have their medical records. 2 years before their journey to Echo, I had to perform surgery on Mrs. Nichols." "So?" "That is what I wanted to tell you. The surgery made it impossible for Mrs. Nichols to have a child. The infant you found in the cave was not their daughter." Dr. Dietrich leaned forward. "These beings must have the power to receive thoughts as well as to transmit them. They absorbed the contents of Nichols' mind as he lay dying in the cave, his wife's mind too. And using what they learned, they created the illusion of an infant, one of their own kind, disguised in a mental projection, programmed to live and grow as a child." "Why send it back to Earth?" Dietrich shrugged. "I cannot say." "And you have no proof?" "Only of the surgery. Here, my own medical records." He handed a bulky envelope to his visitor. His visitor smiled, thanked him, pulled out a revolver, and shot Dr. Dietrich through the head. "I told you she made a mistake," Tasman muttered, "going down there, getting the information, then deliberately using a clumsy, old-fashioned weapon to kill Dietrich. It was a clever idea, and there are half a dozen people who can testify to seeing me escape from the cottage. Fortunately, you know I was here at headquarters all the time. Kiva didn't anticipate I'd have such an airtight alibi, and she didn't anticipate that Dietrich had taken the precaution of taping a statement of his beliefs beforehand and sending it here to Space Command. So, we understand how all this happened, and why."
We know something else now, too. The chief of operations himself answered Tasman, and his voice was grim. The life form we're dealing with has greater powers than we imagined. The ability to transmit thought and to receive it. The ability to appear in the form we identify as Kiva, or to change that form at will. Do you realize what we're up against? A creature that can read our minds, walk unseen among us as shadow, and alter its appearance whenever it chooses. Mimicry, Tasman said. Insects use it for protection, taking on the look of the plant or tree branch where they rest. The being we know as Kiva has this same faculty, developed to its ultimate extent. The chief of operations frowned. Then why did it even bother to appear as Kiva in the first place? Again, we can look to the insect world for a parallel, Tasman said. Some insects begin in a larval state. It's only later they emerge in new forms, with the power of disguising their shapes. Perhaps it was necessary for Kiva to go through certain stages in a single body, while she grew to maturity and learned our ways. Only now, as an adult, is she capable of functioning fully. And just what is her function? Why did a shadow creature come to Earth in human disguise? Tasman shrugged. Maybe the shadows grew tired of being shadows. Perhaps an existence of pure thought was no longer enough for them, and they yearned for the sensations and satisfactions of solid, physical shapes. In which case Kiva was sent here as a scout, to study our ways and see if we could be taken over. The chief of operations shook his head. You think that's a possibility? I think that is what actually happened. Then what do you propose? Another expedition to Echo. Give me the command and a task force. Keep it under sealed orders. Call it an exploratory operation if you like, but you and I know the real purpose of the mission. Seek and destroy? Tasman nodded. It's our only chance, and we've got to move fast before Kiva suspects. Commander Tasman lifted off for Echo under top security, but that didn't stop the rumors. Whether or not Kiva suspected was no longer the problem. The search for her went on, but how do you find a shadow? It could be anywhere now. It was the spread of the rumors that really caused the trouble, and the panic. Somehow the word was out, and the world trembled. People had forgotten about the space child throughout the years, but now they remembered as the whispers grew. There was a monster in our midst, the rumormongers said. An alien unlike any humanoid form on planets known to man, an invisible creature murdering at will. True, a mission had been mounted against Echo, but it would never return. The whispers rose to angry shouts, and there was only one way to silence them. The President of the United States went on emergency band and addressed the world. Standing before the cameras and microphones in the Tower Communications Center, he delivered his message. The rumors were partially true, the President admitted. The space child was indeed an alien, but there was no longer any reason to fear her, because Kiva was dead. She had been discovered and trapped only this afternoon in a secret hideaway, a mountain cave near Pocatello, Idaho. Full details would be available on an international newscast following the President's message. Meanwhile, it was time to put an end to the vicious falsehoods spread by our enemies, the President declared. All this wild talk of alien invasion was part of a plot designed to prevent the opening up of free space travel and communication, but the plot had failed. After all, Commander Tasman had been sent into space for exploratory purposes and had not encountered any resistance. It was his privilege, the President said, to announce the final expansion of the space program. From this time forward, there would be no restrictions on further flights. Every area of the galaxy was now officially declared to be open to the ships of any government or any private concern or individual. No more secrecy, no more security, no more fear. If new alien life forms were encountered, they would be met with friendship. If they chose to visit our solar system or even our own Earth, let them be welcomed, for this was the start of the true age of space, founded firmly in freedom and friendship. The world listened to its leader and breathed a collective sigh of relief. The President joined in that sigh as the broadcast ended. He watched the technical crews gather up their equipment and depart,
leaving him alone in the tower room with its single window opening on the night sky and the stars. Then the President of the United States melted into a shadow and slithered across the floor to the window as she waited for her alien brothers to arrive. We had little warning. A blip on a screen splintered into 1,000 blips, so large a fleet for our one small planet. We assumed we weren't the only one, merely one of the last, perched out here in the galactic suburbs. Perhaps they needed a refueling station on their way to Andromeda. They destroyed our toehold colony on Mars, casually in passing, like a slap on the wrist. There was no mistaking their intent. We didn't even know who they were. Our communication had been all us to them. Does a man introduce himself to a bug before he steps on it? Once the ships were in range, President Brigham didn't hesitate to launch every weapon we had, as did our counterparts in their own domains around the world. We didn't get one ship. The combined firepower of the entire world was insufficient to bring down one ship. It took a while. This was no 6-minute war. Most of us just watched while the military tried first this, then that. Long after the rest of the world had exhausted its resources, France finally got its act together and launched an attack. It made no difference. Their superweapons had no more effect than our superweapons. President Brigham aged 20 years before my eyes as the reports came in. I think she understood before any of us that there was no stopping these invaders. She took a few minutes to marshal her thoughts and called us all together. Her advisors, both civilian and military, as well as certain scientists who so far have been able to contribute nothing. Nor, indeed, had any of us.
Since we don't know what the invaders are going to do next, we need to plan for every possibility we can think of,
President Brigham said.
General Shoemaker, are you ready with the Joint Chiefs contingency plans?
I am, Madam President,
Schumacher replied, looking unnaturally calm in the face of what was happening to us.
We've never seen the invaders, so we don't know what'll work against them. But there are things we can do.
He started a show and tell with graphs, maps, computer simulations. What to do if the invaders don't destroy us but keep us alive for whatever purposes they have in mind. What to do if they kill most but not all of the people in the world in order to retain a manageable population. What to do if they have no need for the Earth but plan to destroy it simply because it is their nature to do so, like the scorpion in the story. The plans even took the possibility in that the invaders would never leave their ships, which meant we had no way of fighting back at all. They were all survival plans, predicated on an assumption that we'd lost all our defenses and were at the mercy of whatever force had descended upon us. In every scenario, some form of the military was proposed as the authority that would bring a measure of order out of chaos. I made no mention of this. I knew the President had caught it. Besides, I had no official standing in the underground command center, but the role of first husband did carry its perks, or I wouldn't have been there at all. The President was frowning.
We can't have much time. What are they doing now?
Still circling, someone said. The ships had entered the Earth's atmosphere, great silvery things that our telemetry said were loaded with armament. They had not returned our fire, other than blasting the Mars colony out of existence on their way here. The ships were positioning themselves. For what? An hour later, they were still circling, with no change in the orbital pattern of any of the ships. Round and round. We'd given up trying to contact them. They'd received our messages, we were assured. They just didn't bother to answer. Round and round.
But what are they waiting for?
The Secretary of Interior finally cried out. General Schumacher glared at the man.
They're trying to psych us out, make us nervous so we'll do something stupid.
The Interior man accepted the reprimand and said no more. We avoided looking at one another. So far, there'd been no screaming or yelling, no top-of-the-voice arguing, no name-calling. We were all controlling our fear. So far. The President was practically dead on her feet. She'd been awake for nearly 40 hours. Use this time, I said in her ear. Sleep whenever you can. She started to object, but then changed her mind. We went into our quarters.
I sleep better when the First Lord is warming my back,
she said. Our old joke. We curled up together and drifted into a fitful sleep that lasted a couple of hours. Then she was awake again and checking on the invaders' ships. No change in the circling patterns. The public news channels brought us pictures of burning buildings, the inevitable looting, interviews with people who believed it was all a hoax, and for those who didn't, hysteria. Many suicides. The subways in New York had stopped running because the tunnels were packed with people seeking to get as far underground as they could. Probably the smartest thing they could do. It was our worst nightmare come true. The xenophobic buildup that began with the first venture into space, now proving itself justified with a vengeance. The world reacted as it had always done to anything new and dangerous, with panic. The invaders were destroying us by letting us destroy ourselves. She stood before one of the screens, sadly watching the terrified populace.
Time to run another reassurance speech, I think. Not that it'll do any good.
She taped a number of them before we descended into the underground command center. All of them basically saying the same thing. We're attempting to make contact. They haven't attacked the Earth yet. Stay calm. I was watching a different channel. Layla, listen to this. A newsman and self-appointed pundit was speculating that the invaders hadn't attacked the Earth because they couldn't. The newsman's theory was that the invaders had the capacity to wipe out a colony of a couple thousand people, but not enough to annihilate the entire population of the world. The destruction of the Mars colony had been a scare tactic, an act of intimidation.
It's all a bluff.
She laughed shortly.
We should show him our telemetry readings. One of those ships could take out the Earth.
Are they waiting for us to make a move? I wondered. Layla didn't answer, but said,
Interesting that all the contingency plans are strategic withdrawals.
Uh-oh. You're not still looking for a way to fight back. All those contingency plans were based on assumption of defeat.
I know.
She sighed.
General Shoemaker is a realist. He knows when to attack, when to withdraw.
I smiled. But
while I agree with Shoemaker, on some level I feel we haven't done enough to resist.
Resist how? After what they did to Mars?
They have some use for us, Peter, or they would have done the same to Earth by now. We know nothing about those people. What are they doing right now? For all we know, they might need to go into some sort of stasis periodically to recharge their batteries. And then when they wake up, they'll blow us to smithereens. Or not. We just don't know.
Their ships are impregnable, I said. But are they? The thing to do is to get them to leave their ships, so we'll have a better shot at them.
Won't work. We kill some of them, they'll use the ships to retaliate. No, we need to make them go away.
But how?
Our use of force failed. What if we do a complete turnabout? What if we ask them for help?
We discarded the idea of presenting ourselves as a plague-ridden planet in desperate need of medical aid, since what was lethal to us might prove harmless to the invaders. Besides, the invaders would see right through that. It was too transparent a ploy. The Secretary of the Treasury suggested we fake some readings that would make the invaders think our sun was about to go nova. The scientists quickly explained to her why that wasn't possible. But that gave General Schumacher an idea. How about faking readings that would suggest we're in for the biggest damn earthquake known to mankind? Some giant rift developing in Earth. One that'll move continental plates, level cities, and just, in general, wreck the place. The president said.
And then ask the invaders to evacuate as many of us as possible? It might work.
The technicians and engineers and seismologists conferred and agreed they could produce fake readings that would fool our detectors. But since the invaders had already demonstrated superior technology, they couldn't promise that our unwanted visitors would be taken in. Put that one on hold. I cleared my throat. Whatever we do, the invaders are going to be suspicious, because the first thing we tried to do was shoot them out of the sky. We lost our credibility with the first rocket we fired. Thank you, Peter, Schumacher said with a touch of sarcasm. We'll just have to be damned convincing. That's all. That's all? It was the president herself who finally made the suggestion that we ultimately adopted.
Let's invite them to dinner,
she said. First came the messages to the other heads of state requesting that they not attempt further contact with the invaders. We could only pray they would comply. That done, we turned back to the invaders themselves. We surrendered. We acknowledged that the invaders occupied the dominant position and pledged to refrain from any further military action. Not that there was anything more we could have done along that line anyway. We asked the invaders what they wanted. No response. Then we offered to evacuate and leave the planet and all its riches to them. We were giving them our world. The only problem was that we did not have an interstellar drive. Did the invaders have any suggestions? No response. So we requested that the invaders assign us a few of their ships so we could begin evacuating our people. That brought a response.
Not acceptable.
A gasping sort of cheer arose in the command center, the first words we'd had from them, and confirmation that they were indeed receiving our messages and were able to understand our language. Did they have translator machines? The pronunciation was a bit odd, but the two words were perfectly understandable. I wondered how many of Earth's languages the invaders or their machines had mastered, but we had established communication now. The first hurdle was over.
Good.
Said the president.
Now we step it up.
We sent a 3-part clarifying message. 1. The requested ships would still be crewed and guarded by the owners of the ships. 2. We would go wherever they directed us to go. 3. If they needed a workforce on Earth, we would leave part of our people behind. There was a long silence. Then,
Not acceptable.
still suspicious, Schumacher said, showing signs of nervousness for the first time. I hope this isn't the stupid thing they're trying to sock us into doing,
It's the reply we expected, General.
said the president.
Send the next message.
The next message told the invaders to name their terms. We did not say please. The next response finally told us what the invaders wanted.
Evacuate Northern Hemisphere. All those remaining north of the equator after one lunar cycle will be destroyed.
Lebensstrom? A voice said unbelievingly. They want living space for themselves?
Not necessarily. They might want a way station where they don't have to worry about controlling the local population.
Then why not just gas the planet? That would leave the structures intact. Schumacher snorted. It would also leave them with 5 billion corpses to dispose of. That's why they haven't attacked. The dead they left behind on Mars don't matter. They would be using the colony. Nope, this is the best move from their point of view, and you can bet that the equator is going to be the most heavily guarded boundary line we've ever seen. At least they seem willing to coexist, another voice suggested nervously.
But we're not.
The president replied firmly.
You're talking as if we've really surrendered.
She frowned.
What would they expect us to reply?
More time, I said.
Right. Let's ask for a year.
The message was sent.
1 lunar cycle.
This time we did not respond. The president turned to Schumacher.
I'd like film clips, news reports, still shots, everything visual that the military has on the fighting in Central America, Bosnia, Vietnam, anywhere.
We hadn't had a real war on Earth for 25 years, so she had to dip into recent history.
And get it ready to transmit to the invaders.
Schumacher gave her a rueful smile and shook his head. I don't think we're going to scare those creatures away.
Not scare them, General. Make them think we're more trouble than we're worth. And we don't have much time.
He was dubious that even that would work, but he was in favor of trying almost anything. When Schumacher was ready, we requested visual contact with the invaders. To our surprise, they agreed. There was a mutter of worried excitement in the command center. No one knew what to expect. A scientist named Pellegrino, of whom I'd never heard before the invaders arrived, was set up in a small soundproof room so his instant analysis wouldn't be carried by our transmissions to the invaders. Miniature receivers in our ears would pick up his words. But it seemed we were expected to go first. When the technicians had everything in place, the president stood alone before the camera and allowed her image to be transmitted to the invaders.
You are called what?
My name is Layla Brigham. I am President of the United States of America. To whom am I speaking?
A screen that had been showing a map of now depleted missile sites flickered once, twice, and we had our first view of the invaders. We were looking at a man. No question of that, he was a man. 1 head, 2 eyes, 2 arms. Very thick and squat, possibly shorter than we were. Impossible to tell without a visual point of reference. Almost no neck, flattened out facial features.
From a heavy gravity planet,
Dr. Pellegrino's voice said in our ears. The invader was black. Not black like the Earth's black races, but a glittering black that was almost blue. No facial hair. Not even eyebrows.
high melanin, or their equivalent of melanin. Hot sun, hot enough to drive them away? Their home star might be an old one starting its final expansion, but they can't have a DNA radically different from ours.
So the invaders weren't monsters, not even bugs or lizards. I wondered if they came in a variety of colors, the way we did. Somewhere else in the galaxy, perhaps in more than one place. A life cycle like our own had begun, and produced an aggressive race that took what it wanted by force. Not too different from us. The invader spoke.
Commander of the Brog Hulk.
Ah, so that was their name. At least it sounded something like Brokok. The second syllable sounded more aspirated than spoken. This was not the voice we'd heard before. The commander's tones were rougher, his accent thicker. He was waiting for the president to speak. She said,
Commander, it's impossible for us to move half the Earth's population in only 1 month's time. Our best estimate is that it would take 2 or 3 months simply to launch a successful invasion on the southern hemisphere. Then the transportation problem alone would...
She broke off when the invader raised a hand abruptly in a commanding gesture.
Note the 6 fingers.
You do not understand well. You are not required to conquer. You are only required to vacate.
Vacating is impossible without conquering first. The entire southern hemisphere is in constant tumult, one war after another.
This would come as a surprise to the inhabitants of Rio and Sydney.
Let me show you something.
She signaled for the transmission of our old war pictures to start.
This is what's going on right now.
There hadn't been enough time to do any sorting or organizing, so we watched Nicaragua and Sarajevo and Rommel's tanks in North Africa, all jumbled up together. We watched children armed with automatic weapons they could barely lift firing at soldiers. We saw emasculations and hangings. We watched explosions and bombings. People on fire ran from a burning building only to be shot down by the guerrillas waiting for them. We saw an entire Asian village lined up against a wall and shot. After the fusillade ended, only the sound of a crying baby could be heard. One more shot rang out, then silence. The commander of the Broghoke had disappeared from the screen, watching elsewhere, we hoped. We finally stopped transmission when we couldn't take any more. Any invaders worth their salt ought to think twice about sharing a planet with that kind of turmoil. Even General Schumacher looked affected by what we'd seen, as did the other military bigwigs in the command center. The invaders' commander reappeared.
Is this fighting confined to the southern hemisphere?
Schumacher shot to his feet and drew one finger across his throat. The technicians cut the transmission.
What?
The president demanded. Let's think this through, the general said. Is the fighting all in the south? Do we say yes or no? If we say yes, the Broghokers, or whatever the hell they call themselves, will just drive us down across the equator, and that'll be the end of it. May the most vicious survive. They don't give a hoot about us. All they want is a place for themselves, here on our half of the world where they don't have to bother or keeping an eye on us. And this, our half, we won't. We have to tell them the fighting is everywhere. It's the only weapon we've got. But if we say the fighting is worldwide, the vice president said, how will that stop them? Isn't the point to make ourselves look like more trouble than the invaders care to handle? Schumacher asked. They just want us out of their way. One sure way of handling that, the Secretary of Defense said. The fact that they haven't killed us all yet doesn't mean they won't still do it. Schumacher's right, said Admiral something or other. It's the only weapon we've got. We'd be fools not to use it. Then the loud arguing that had been absent earlier started in earnest. Everyone had an opinion which could evidently be expressed only at the top of one's lungs. I glanced at the screen. The commander of the Broghoke had disappeared again. How long would they wait? Layla put her hand on my arm and drew me aside. She kept licking her lips, a mannerism that appeared only when she had to make a decision she didn't want to make, and, until now, one that she indulged in only when we were alone.
Peter, what's your take?
It is the only weapon we have, I said. If they try to kill us all, they'd have to tie up half their troops on permanent burial detail.
or whatever it is they do with dead bodies. Burn them, perhaps. And it would be a tedious, time-eating process, since they seem not to want to destroy the cities. She nodded.
Most of the industry is in the north, but the mining opportunities in the southern hemisphere, why don't they want those?
Perhaps they don't know about them. They can't have been monitoring our transmissions very long.
So you agree with Shoemaker?
I never thought I'd be saying this, but yes, I do. Confound the enemy and he is yours, as I think somebody once said. She stopped being Layla and went back to being president again, calling for quiet and getting it.
Are you agreed?
General Schumacher looked around. Most of us are, I think. The invaders will believe that we're quarrelsome, violent, unruly, because the first thing we did was try to shoot them out of the sky. He shot a self-satisfied glance in my direction. Anything we can do to add to that impression can only help. There was a mutter of reservations expressed by a couple of the cabinet members, but no one openly challenged the general's conclusions. And Madam President, he went on, maybe you don't have to be so polite. She nodded slowly.
Point taken. All right, let's restore transmissions.
Another voice spoke up. You're all taking a lot for granted. Dr. Pellegrino was standing in the doorway to his soundproofed cubicle. Because they look like us doesn't mean they think like us. You might be provoking a reaction totally different from the one you're looking for.
I'm sure that's already occurred to everyone here,
The president answered with a touch of impatience.
But since there's no way of finding out, it's a risk we're forced to take, isn't it? Unless you have an alternate course of action in mind?
The scientist looked at his feet. No.
Then we'll proceed.
She stepped back in front of the camera.
Commander?
He reappeared wordlessly.
Sorry about the interruption. We're having technical difficulties down here, but it had better not happen again.
She glanced angrily off camera at an empty chair, a little bit of theatrical byplay that may have been lost in the brocoke.
You were asking a question about the fighting?
Is this fighting confined to the southern hemisphere?
The fighting is worse in the south,
She said with stagey evasiveness.
Unacceptable answer.
The fighting is worldwide, if you have to know.
A nice touch of resentment there.
But it's more under control in the northern hemisphere. Still, we could use some help. If your ship's weapons could vacate some space for us in the southern hemisphere, we could vacate a lot sooner. Can you help us?
No response. The commander's facial expression didn't even change. The president plowed on.
We made a little mistake when we transmitted those pictures of the fighting. That last series of scenes was from a European war. Northern hemisphere, not southern.
Our instruments detect no signs of warfare in either hemisphere.
The president made a, huh, sound.
Well, that's your doing, Commander. No one on Earth has ever fought an opponent like you before. None of our weapons work against you. Hostilities pretty much ground to a halt when we realized we have a common enemy now.
She let a note of sarcasm creep into her voice. Whether the Broco caught the nuance of her last two sentences or not, I couldn't tell. The commander conducted a brief conversation with someone off camera. Their language is muted and guttural, and was even then being analyzed by our linguistic programs. Not much to work with, though. The commander turned back to the camera.
You have additional images of the fighting in both hemispheres?
They wanted more?
Tons of it.
The president said without batting an eye.
Resume transmission.
The old war picture started again. The president ordered that this time, the transmission would continue until the Brocoke themselves called to a halt. She instructed Schumacher to make sure they didn't run out of film, but one of his aides was already on the phone making the arrangements. The screen was showing two young boys throwing gasoline bombs at a convoy truck in a place that looked like Ireland. Another problem has appeared. Other nations had picked up our transmission to the invaders and were angrily demanding to know what was going on. Interestingly, none of them had been able to intercept the Brocoke's tight beam transmissions to us. We couldn't risk the invaders monitoring any explanation we might give, so the White House Chief of Staff was given the dirty job of asking the rest of the world to be patient and trust us. Poor man. Layla had a pinched look on her face that I recognized. I followed her into our quarters and found her taking her headache medicine. You need something to eat, I said. I'll be right back. I went to the mess area and returned with 2 mugs of soup and a plate of cheese, crackers, and fruit. We took our time eating. The Brocoke were evidently fascinated by our moving picture show and sent no signal that they'd seen enough. We tried sleeping again.
But Layla was too restless and kept pacing back and forth in our small quarters.
What else can we show them, Peter?
She said, more thinking out loud than actually asking.
Floods, other natural disasters, more problems for them to deal with. Volcanoes erupting?
Do you think you can perch for 5 minutes? She sat down, and I started massaging her neck and shoulders. He didn't answer you when you asked him to help invade the southern hemisphere.
He probably didn't believe what he was hearing. I doubt that the Brohoke are used to being asked for help. Traffic accidents. We must have some footage of gory traffic accidents. Shuttle crashes.
Schumacher is handling all that. Leave it to him, Layla. There's nothing more you can do now.
I know,
She said tightly.
That's what scares me.
She jumped up and started pacing again.
All that armament those ships are carrying. It would take us forever to outfit a war fleet like that, even if we had an interstellar drive. They must have been planning this excursion for years, and we're hoping to trick them with a few elderly newsreels.
You go with what you've got, I said inanely. It was a long shot. We all knew that. I stopped later in her pacing and wrapped my arms around her. We leaned against each other without speaking, both of us thinking the same thing. This could be our last night. It was another 3 hours before the Brohoke had seen their fill. They'd asked for certain bits to be replayed. The invaders were interested not so much in big explosions and tell-all views of our weaponry, as they were in close shots of the actual participants engaged in combat. Maybe they just enjoyed seeing blood spilled. When the commander appeared on the screen, the president took the initiative.
Well, are you going to help us invade the southern hemisphere?
Invasion is not necessary. You are no longer required to vacate the northern hemisphere.
Aha, change in plans. Something had got through to them.
Well, that's a relief. I don't know if we could have managed it anyway. Does this mean you're leaving?
We do not know what fearless warriors the people of Earth are. Even your children show courage and valor in battle. We have never before encountered a species of natural fighters such as you, and your soldiers are your greatest treasure.
Good God in heaven. They liked what they'd seen. All that carnage. The president looked taken aback, but tried to find an advantage in this unexpected response.
Yes, I'm afraid we're always quarreling about something. A number of our countries have gone bankrupt just from the cost of maintaining a war.
The Brohoke weren't interested in that.
We breed our warriors through controlled mating, but for you, that is not necessary. You produce soldiers naturally, without planning. The Earth is an even greater resource than we had thought.
Resource? For
warriors. We always need brave warriors.
The temperature in the command center dropped to 20 degrees.
Let me understand this. You want to recruit soldiers from the human race? From Earth?
Your own wars must cease. Fighting amongst yourselves will not be tolerated. A force of Brohoke will be stationed permanently on Earth to protect the resources. This is a mandatory term of your surrender.
The commander leaned towards the camera.
We do not want to lose you.
The transmission ended. We all stared at one another speechlessly. We just condemned humanity to an eternity of warfare? This was our destiny, to breed killers for a killer race. Warriors watching war, they'd seen what they'd wanted to see. They admired us for the very thing we've been trying so hard all these years to suppress. Human aggression. I went over to take Layla's hands, but she didn't look at me. She was staring beyond my shoulder at General Schumacher. His eyes were gleaming. "Look," said Dr. Pellegrino, pointing to the screen. We watched as shuttles began dropping from the warships, a dozen from each of 50 or so of the ships. Shining silver needles pointed straight at Earth. They were coming.
Two bleak stories about humanity's inability to escape its oncoming doom. Feels very appropriate given the rest of the world's current climate and that of sturgeons. Listeners, we had an incident in the studio recently involving the Dark Cloud and some strange individuals who came to visit. I'll be sharing more on our next sturgeon video, so please keep an eye out in the next few days. But suffice to say, it's a dark time here in Sturgeon. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of humanity, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves and give special thanks to our Patreons. Our Sturgeonite faithfuls Haley Clark, Sabrina Alexander and Larry W., Purple Crayon Eater Mary Peck, our janitors Alex Nunes, Feeny Von Karma, Amy Sean, and Arkham Cookie currently undergoing the Magenta Horror, our Voidwalker Evan Diaz, who is currently attempting to revive a gibbon with sheer willpower, and one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, brining his slightly soft bones, frothing at the mouth with unadulterated rage at being caught unawares by our uninvited guest, planning and scheming his revenge. We Blackwells do not let a debt payment go unpaid. No, sir. There will be blood and briny bones before the day is done. We love and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation, purple crayons, and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a patron, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused D&D and Monster of the Week content, and more. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.
Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentledoms. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the braggadociously bold, uniformly elusive, and brazenly erudite Erich J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We operated one of Sturgeon's first tulpa clinics, See Me Now, ran by Esmeralda Aloysius Blackwell, Dr. Esmeralda, I mean. First woman in Sturgeon to get that sweet PhD. She shared the degree with her tulpa, Marmaduke, technically. She would be asked why her tulpa had a different name to hers, but she smiled and tapped her finger on the side of her nose. When her tulpa was asked, she'd say, "Loose lips sink ships," and refused to elaborate further. Charming woman. Hell of a backgammon player. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some of them will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will want to take a trip to neighboring Dondella County. Listeners, our sponsor, the Dark Somnium, recently shared the first of a series of transmissions about Dondella, the first one entitled The Graves We Dig, as transcribed by our janitor T.J. Lee. Continuing on with a county inside Sturgeon, this account details that of a heinous act and the genesis of something truly unusual. I actually have TJ here in a rarely seen lucid state. We may have put something special in his purple crayons, just long enough to tell you more. Take it away, TJ. Hello, listeners. TJ Lee here, somehow able to focus my mind and not want to smear purple crayon over my face. I hope you're all enjoying the content coming up on here. I wanted to talk to you very quickly about the graves we dig on the Dark Somniums channel. This is a part of a wider project I have been working on for nearly 2 years now, and each chapter is a different POV and it's a different style of writing structure. So for example, the first one we did was in the style of H.P. Lovecraft, of August Derleth, of people in the gothic horror space, Edgar Allan Poe, Mary Shelley, Bram Stoker, and that's designed to hook people in, but it gets very weird very quickly. Things we have in the book are like a choose your own adventure novel, we have a play, we have a point and click video game style entry, transcripts, you name it, it's in there, and it's really fucking weird. And I wanted to kind of get ahead of it because I don't know when we're putting out parts 2 and 3, I think in the next few weeks. This is where I feel safe talking about it, and on the 5,000 subscriber mark we're about to get, I'm going to take the reins from Everett, and I will be talking about this in greater detail, and I'll be sharing a little bit of it with you. I'll also be putting up a text version of the Graves We Dig on the Patreon, and every sort of piece we do, I'll be revealing a bit more. I am very excited by this project because it is very near and dear to my heart, as much as it is about a wider issue in our world. It's not overly preachy, because I know some people don't like that, but it is very important to me, and if you love Dusklight, if you love Everett, if you love me, and you love Sturgeon, I am asking you to open your minds, open your hearts, and give this a chance. And I promise you, if you do, you will walk away with the greatest experience I have ever put to paper in my entire literary career. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's a purple crayon dictator that needs to be released from its gestation chamber. I suggest you cover your ears, Everett. Little Arya will be awakening soon, and your lineage will deplete. Oh dear. It's time for our featured stories from this evening's Dusklight Drive-In. For those of you unfamiliar, the Dusklight Drive-In is designed to showcase and promote classic science fiction and horror stories from the past 200 years, many of which are steadily being lost to time, though time itself is a fictitious construct created by great Gustav Blackwell to steal vitality, and we want to preserve those stories as best we can. The first one, The Thing That Walked on the Wind, was written by the great August Derleth almost a century ago in 1932. It details all the hallmarks of a cosmic horror story: an abandoned village, one incoherent survivor, and horrors beyond our comprehension. More can be found at our link below. Our second story is from one of the biggest giants in the science fiction scene, Sir Arthur C. Clarke. Bet you didn't know he dabbled in horror more than once, The story, A Walk in the Dark, chronicled in 1950, shows us that the deep darkness is always something to be afraid of, but how much of it is in your own mind when it's left to its own devices? We're about to find out, dear listeners. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Moe for rendering yours truly in the beauteous image you see when you look at our page. And lastly, our music is provided with permission by Cryo Chamber, Invato Elements, and the Dark Somnium with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. Statement of John Dalhousie, Division Chief of the Royal Northwest Mounted Police, issued from temporary quarters at Nafissa Camp, Manitoba, 31st of October, 1931. This is my final word regarding the strange circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Constable Robert Norris from Navissa Camp last March 7th, and the discovery of his body on the 17th of this month in a snowbank 4 miles north of here. My attitude in the matter will be clearly seen by the time the end of this statement is read. For the assistance of those to whom this matter is not so familiar, I want to chronicle briefly the facts leading up to it. On the 27th of February last, Robert Norris sent me the appended report, which apparently solved the now famed Stillwater mystery, a report which, for reasons that will be obvious, could not be released. On the 7th of the following month, Robert Norris vanished without leaving a trace. On the 17th of this October, his body was found deep in a snowbank 4 miles north of here. These are the known facts. I append herewith the last report made to me by Robert Norris. Navissa Camp, 27th of February 1931. In view of the extreme difficulty of the task which lies before me in writing to you what I know of the mystery at Stillwater, I take the liberty of copying for you in shortest possible form the account which appeared in the Navissa Daily under date of 27th of February 1930, exactly a year ago at this writing. Quote, Navissa Camp, February 27. An as-yet unverified story regarding the town of Stillwater on the Alassie Trail 30 miles above Nelson has come to the editors of the Daily. It is said that no single inhabitant can be found in the village, and the travelers coming through the district can find no signs of anyone having left it. The village was last visited on the night of February 25th, just prior to the storm of that date. On that night, all was as usual, according to all reports. Since then, nothing has been seen of the inhabitants. You will remember this case at once as the unsolved mystery which caused us so much trouble, and which earned us so much undeserved criticism. Something happened here last night which throws a faint light on the Stillwater mystery, affording us some vague clues, but clues of such nature that they can help us not at all, especially so far as staving off press criticism is concerned. But let me tell this from the beginning, just as it happened, and you will be able to see for yourself. I had put up with Dr. Jameson, in whose house at the northern end of the village I had been staying for years whenever I stopped over in Navissa Camp. I came to the camp in early evening, and had hardly got settled when the thing happened. I had stepped outside for a moment. It was not cold, nor yet particularly warm. A wind was blowing, yet the sky was clear. As I stood there, the wind seemed to rise, and abruptly it grew strikingly cold. I looked up into the sky and saw that many of the stars had been blotted out. Then a black spot came hurtling down to me, and I ran back toward the house. Before I could reach it, however, I found my path blocked. Before me, the figure of a man fell gently into the snowbanks. I stopped, but before I could go to him, another form fell with equal softness on the other side of me. And lastly, a third form came down. But this form did not come gently. It was thrown to the earth with great force. You can imagine my amazement. For a moment, I confess that I did not know just what to do. In that brief space of my hesitation, the sudden wind went down and the sharp cold gave place to the comparative mildness of the early evening. Then I ran to the closest form and ascertained at once that the man was still living and was apparently unhurt. The second, also a man, was likewise unhurt. But the third body was that of a woman. She was stone cold, her skin to the touch was icy to an astounding degree, and she had the appearance of having been dead for a long time. I called Dr. Jameson, and together we managed to get the three into the house. The two men we put to bed immediately, and for the woman we called the coroner, the only other doctor in Navissa Camp. We also had to summon other help, and Dr. Jameson called in 2 nurses. A quick examination proved that the men were, as I had conjectured, very little hurt. The same examination disclosed another astonishing point, the identification of these 2 men. You will remember that at about the time of the Stillwater case, on the night of the 25th of February, in fact, 2 men had left Nelson for Stillwater, and had vanished as mysteriously as the inhabitants of that town. The 2 men had given their names in Nelson as Allison Wentworth and James MacDonald, Identification papers found on the bodies of these strange visitors from above proved conclusively that at least 2 of the men who were supposed to have been in Stillwater at the time the mysterious tragedy occurred had returned. For our visitors were none other than Wentworth and MacDonald. You can easily visualize with what anticipation I looked for a solution to the Stillwater mystery from these 2 men when once they regained consciousness. I resolved, in consequence, to keep a bedside watch. The doctors told me that Wentworth showed the best signs of coming out of his unconscious delirium first, and I took my place at his side, one of the nurses ready to take down anything Wentworth might say. Shortly after I had taken my position there, the body of the girl was identified by a resident of Navissa Camp who had already heard of her and had come to look at the body. The girl was Irene Masite, the only daughter of the Masite who ran the tavern at Stillwater. This indicated conclusively that the 2 men had been in Stillwater at the time of the inexplicable tragedy which swept its inhabitants off the face of the earth, and very probably were in the tavern at the moment the tragedy occurred, perhaps even talking with this girl. So I thought at the moment. Naturally, I was deeply perplexed as to where the men and the girl might have come from, and also as to why the men were practically unhurt and the girl dead. Dead for a great length of time, said Dr. Jameson, perhaps preserved by the cold. And why and how did the men come gently to the earth, and why was the girl literally dashed to the ground? But all these puzzling questions were for the time being shoved into the background, so eager was I to get at the mystery which surrounded the Stillwater case. As I have already written, I had taken my place beside the bed of Wentworth, and listened eagerly for any hint he might drop in his delirium, for as he became warmed, he began to talk a great deal, though not always intelligibly. Some sentences and phrases could be made out, and these the nurse took down in shorthand. I copy a few of the sentences I heard as we went over the bed. Deathwalker, God of the winds, you who walk on the wind, adoramus te. Adoramus te, adoramus te. Destroy these faithless ones, you who walk with death, you who pass above the earth, you who have vanquished the sky. Light gleams from the mosques of Baghdad. Stars are born in the Sahara. Lhasa, lost Lhasa, worship, worship, worship the Lord of the winds. These enigmatic words were followed by a deep and profound silence, during which the man's breathing struck me as highly irregular. Dr. Jameson, who was there, noticed it also, commenting on it as a bad sign, though there was no intimation as to what might have brought on this sudden irregularity, unless it were some unconscious excitement. The delirious jumble meanwhile continued, even more puzzling than before. Windwalker, disperse the fogs over England, adoramus te. It is too late to escape. Lord of the winds, fly, fly, or he will come. Sacrifice, sacrifice. A sacrifice must be, yes, must be made. Chosen one, Irene. Oh, windwalker, sweep over Italy when the olive trees blossom, and the satyrs of Lebanon blew in the wind, cold-swept Russian steppes over wolf-infested Siberia. Onward to Africa, Africa. Blackwood has written of these things, and there are others. The old ones, elementals, and back to Lang. Lost Lang, hidden Lang, whence sprung Windwalker, and others. Dr. Jameson was much interested in the mention of elementals, and since he appeared to know something of them, I asked him to explain. It seems that there still exists an age-old belief that there are elemental spirits of fire, water, air, and earth, all powerful spirits subject to no one. Spirits actually worshipped in some parts of the world. His excitement I thought rather exaggerated, and I shot questions at him. It is very difficult for me to chronicle what came out finally in answer to all my questions. It is something that had been kept carefully away from us, though how it could have been is puzzling to me. Even I hesitated at first to believe Dr. Jameson, though he appears to have known it for some time and assures me that a number of people could tell odd stories if they wanted to. I remember that several anonymous reports of a highly suggestive nature were turned into us, but I hardly dared suspect what lay behind them at the time. It seems that the inhabitants of Stillwater to a body performed a curious worship, not of any god we know, but of something they called an air elemental. A large thing, I am told, vaguely like a man, yet infinitely unlike him. Details are very distorted and unreliable. It is said to have been an air elemental, but there are weird hints of something of incredible age that rose out of hidden fastness in the far north, from a frozen and impenetrable plateau up there. Of this, I can venture nothing. Dr. Jameson mentions a plateau of Leng of which I have never heard, save in the incoherent babblings of Wentworth. But what is most horrible, most unbelievable, in the mystery of this strange communal worship, is the suggestion that the people of Stillwater made human sacrifices to their strange god. There are queer stories of some gigantic thing that these people summoned to their deeply hidden forest altars, and still weirder tales of something seen against the sky in the glare of huge pine fires burning near Stillwater by travelers on the Olassie Trail. How much credence it is advisable to give these stories, you must decide for yourself. For I am, frankly, in view of later developments which I will chronicle in their order, unable to give any opinion. Dr. Jameson, whom I regard as a man of great intelligence, assures me that the elemental stories are sincerely believed hereabouts, and admitted to my surprise that he himself was unwilling to condemn belief without adequate knowledge. This was, in effect, admitting that he himself might believe in them. The man Wentworth suddenly became conscious, and I turned from Dr. Jameson. He asked, naturally, where he was, and he was told. He did not seem surprised. He then asked what year this was, and when we told him, he expressed only an irritated surprise. He murmured something about an even year then, and aroused our interest in the more. "And MacDonald?" he asked then. "Here," we answered. "How did he come?" he asked. "You fell from the sky." "Unhurt?" He puzzled over this for a moment. Then he said, "He put us down then." "There was a girl with you," said Dr. Jameson. "She was dead," he answered in a tired voice. Then he turned his strangely burning eyes on me and asked, "You saw him? You saw the thing that walked on the wind? Then he will return for you, for none can see him and escape." We waited for a few moments, thinking to give him time to become more fully conscious. But alas, he lapsed into a semi-conscious state. It was then that Dr. Jameson, after another examination, announced that the man was dying. This was naturally a great shock to me, and this shock was emphasized when Dr. Jameson added that the man MacDonald would in all probability die without ever gaining consciousness. The doctor could not guess at the cause of death beyond referring vaguely to an assumption that perhaps these men had become so inured to cold that they could no longer stand warmth. At first, I could not guess the significance of that statement, but it came to me suddenly that Dr. Jameson was simply accepting the notion, which had occurred to all of us, that these two men had spent the year just past above the earth, perhaps in a region so cold that warmth would now affect them in the same manner as extreme cold. Despite Wentworth's semi-conscious state, I questioned him, and, surprisingly enough, got a rather jumbled story, which I have pieced together as well as I could from the notes the nurse took, and from my own memory. It appears that these two men, Wentworth and MacDonald, had got into Stillwater quite late, owing to a sudden storm which had come up and put them off the trail for a short time. They were eyed with distinct disfavor at the tavern, but insisted on remaining for the night, which the tavern keeper, Masete, did not seem to like. But he gave them a room, requesting them to remain in it and to keep away from the window. To this they agreed, despite the fact that they regarded the landlord's proposal as somewhat out of the ordinary. They had hardly come into the room when the innkeeper's daughter, this girl, Irene, came in, and asked them to get her away from the town quickly. She had been chosen, she said, to be sacrificed to Ithaqua, the wind-walking elemental which the Stillwater people are said to have worshipped, and she had decided that she would flee, rather than die for a pagan god of whose existence even she was not too sure. Yet, the girl's fear must have been convincing enough to impress the two men into going away with her. The inhabitants had, recently, it seems, been working against the thing they had worshipped, and its anger had been felt, because that night was the night of sacrifice. Strangers were frowned upon. According to suggestions Wentworth made, he discovered that the Stillwater people had great altars in the pine forests nearby, and that they worshipped the thing they called variously Deathwalker or Windwalker at these altars. Though you can imagine my skeptical view of this entire matter, this does seem to tie up with the stories of giant fires which Dr. Jameson mentioned travelers on the Olassie Trail as having seen. There was also some very incoherent mumbling about the thing itself. Vague and horrible thoughts which seemed to obsess Wentworth. Something about the towering height of the thing seen against the sky in the hellish glow of the nocturnal fires. Exactly what happened? I hardly dare venture to guess at. Out of Wentworth's incoherent and troubled speech, there came only one positive statement, the substance of which was simply that the three of them, Wentworth, MacDonald, and the girl, did flee the sacrificial fires and the village, and had been caught on the Olassie Trail on the way to Nelson by the thing, which had picked them up and carried them along. After this statement, Wentworth became steadily more and more incoherent. He babbled a horrible story of the thing that swooped down after them as they fled in terror along the Olassie Trail. And he blurted out, too, some terrible details of the mystery at Stillwater. From what I can make out, the thing that walked on the wind must have avenged itself on the villagers not only for their previous coldness towards it, but also because of the flight of Irene Masite, who had been chosen for the sacrifice. At any rate, between hysterical wails and shuddering adulations of the thing, there emerged from Wentworth's distorted speech a graphic and terrible picture of a giant monstrosity that came into the village from the forest, sweeping the people into the sky, seeking them out, one by one. I don't know how much of this I should chronicle for you, since I can understand what your attitude must be. Could it have been some animal, do you think? Some prehistoric animal which had lain hidden for years in the depths of the pine forest near Stillwater, that perhaps had been preserved alive by the cold and revived again by the warmth of the giant fires to become the god of the mad Stillwater people. This seems to me the only other logical explanation. But there still remain so many things not yet accounted for that I think it would be much better to leave the Stillwater mystery among the unsolved cases. MacDonald died this morning at 10:07. Wentworth had not spoken since dawn, but he resumed shortly after MacDonald's death, repeating again the same vague sentences which we first heard from him. His incoherent murmurings leave us no alternative in regard to where he spent the past year. He seems to believe that he was carried along by the wind thing, this air elemental, though it is fairly certain that neither of the missing men was anywhere reported throughout the past year. This story may be simply the product of an overburdened mind, a mind suffering from great shock, and the seemingly vast knowledge of the hidden places of the earth, as well as the known, may have been derived from books. I say may have been derived because in view of Wentworth's suggestive, almost convincing murmurings, it becomes only a tentative possibility. I know of no book which chronicles the mystic rites at the Lamasery in Tibet, which tells of the secret ceremonies of the Lhasa monks, nor do I know of any book which reveals the hidden life of the African impi, nor of any pamphlet or monograph even so much as hinting at the forbidden and accursed designs of the Chukcho people of Burma, nor of anything ever written which suggests that there are strange, hybrid men living under the snow and ice of Antarctica, that there exists today a lost kingdom of the sea, a cursed Rylye, where slumbering Cthulhu deep in the earth beneath the sea is waiting to rise and destroy the world. Nor have I ever heard of the shunned and forbidden plateau of Leng, where the ancient ones once ruled. Please do not think I exaggerate. I have never heard of these things before, yet Wentworth speaks as if he had been there, even hinting that these mysterious people have fed him. Of Lhasa I have heard vague hints, and of course I do remember having once seen a cinema containing what the producer called shots of Africa's vanishing impi. But of the other things, I know nothing. And if I can assume anything from the shuddering horror in Wentworth's semi-conscious voice as he spoke of these hidden things, I do not want to know anything. There was a constant reference, too, in Wentworth's mutterings, to a Blackwood, by whom he evidently meant the writer, Algernon Blackwood, a man who had spent some time here in Canada, says Dr. Jameson. The doctor gave me one of this man's books, pointing out to me several strange stories of air elementals, stories remarkably similar in character to the curious Stillwater mystery, yet nothing so paradoxically definite and vague. I can refer you to these stories if you do not already know them. The doctor also gave me several old magazines in which are stories by an American, a certain H.P. Lovecraft, which have to do with Cthulhu, with the lost sea kingdom of Rylye, and the forbidden plateau of Leng. Perhaps these are the sources of Wentworth's apparently authentic information, yet in none of these stories appears any of the horrific details of which Wentworth speaks so familiarly. Wentworth died at 3:21 this afternoon. An hour before, he passed into a coma from which he did not emerge again. Dr. Jameson and the coroner seemed to think that the exposure of warmth had killed the two men, Jameson telling me candidly that a year with the Windwalker had so inured the men to cold that warmth like ours affected them as extreme cold would affect us normal men. You must understand that Dr. Jameson was entirely serious. Yet, his medical report read that the two men and the girl had died from exposure to the cold. In explanation, he said, "I may think what I please, Norris, and I may believe what I please, but I dare not write it." Then, after a pause, he said, "And if you are wise, you will withhold the names of these people from the general public, because questions are certain to arise once they become known. And how are you people going to explain their coming to us from the sky, and where they spent the year since the Stillwater mystery? And finally, how are you going to react against the storm of criticism which will fall on you once more when the Stillwater case is reopened, with such strangely unbelievable facts as we have gathered here from the lips of a dying man?" I think Dr. Jameson is right. I have no opinion to offer. Absolutely none. And I am making this report only because it is my duty as an officer to do so, and I am making it only to you. Perhaps it had better be destroyed, rather than kept in our files from which it might at some future time be resurrected by a careless official or an inquiring newspaper man. As I have already told you, any opinion that I would have to offer would be worthless. But, in closing, I want to point out two things to you. I want to refer you to the first report of Peter Erich, in charge of the investigation at Stillwater last year, under date of 3rd March, 1930. One quote from the report which I have at hand. "On the Olassie Trail, about 3 miles below Stillwater, we came upon the meandering tracks of 3 people. An examination of the tracks seemed to indicate that there were 2 men and 1 woman. A dog sled had been left behind along the trail, and for some inexplicable reason these 3 people had started running along the trail toward Nelson, evidently away from Stillwater. The tracks halted abruptly, and there was no trace of where they might have gone. Since there had been no snow since the night of the Stillwater mystery, this is doubly puzzling. It is as if the 3 people had been lifted off the earth. Another puzzling factor is the appearance, far off to one side of this point in the trail, in a line with the wandering footsteps of the 3 travelers, of a huge imprint, closely resembling the foot of a man, but certainly a giant, which appears to have been made by an unbelievably large thing. And the foot, though that of a man, must have been webbed. End quote. To this, I want to add some information of my own. I remember that last night, when I threw that startled glance into the sky and saw that the stars had been blotted out. I thought that the cloud which had obscured the sky looked curiously like the outline of a great man. And I remember, too, that where the top of the cloud must have been, where the head of the thing should have been, there were two gleaming stars, visible despite the shadow. Two gleaming stars burning bright, like eyes. One more thing. This afternoon, a half-mile behind Dr. Jameson's house, I came upon a deep depression in the snow. I did not need a second glance to tell me what it was. A half-mile on the other side of the house, there is another imprint like this. I am only thankful that the sun is rapidly distorting the outlines, for I am only too willing to believe that I have imagined them. For they are the imprints of gigantic feet, and the feet must have been webbed. Thus ends Robert Norris's strange report. Because he carried it for some time with him, I did not receive the report until after I had learned of his disappearance. The report was posted to me on the 6th of March. Under date of March 5th, Norris had scrawled a final brief and terrible message in a hand which is barely legible. 5 March. Something is pursuing me. Not a night has passed since the occurrence at Navissa Camp to give me any rest. Always I have felt strange, horrible, yet invisible eyes looking down at me from above. And I remember Wentworth saying that none could live who had seen the thing that walked on the wind, and I cannot forget the sight of it against the sky, and its burning eyes looking down like stars in the haunted night. It is waiting. It was this brief paragraph which caused our official physician to declare that Robert Norris had lost his mind, and had wandered away to some hidden place from which he emerged months later, only to die in the snow. I want to add a few words of my own. Robert Norris did not lose his mind. Furthermore, Robert Norris was one of the most thorough, the keenest men under my orders. And even during the terrible months he spent in far places, I am sure he did not lose possession of his senses. I grant our physician only one thing. Robert Norris had gone away to some hidden place for those months. But that hidden place was not in Canada. No, nor in North America, whatever our physician may think. I arrived at Navissa Camp by plane within 10 hours of the discovery of Robert Norris's body. As I flew over the spot where the body was found, I saw far away on either side deep depressions in the snow. I have no doubt what they were. It was I, too, who searched Norris's clothes and found in his pockets the mementos he had brought with him from the hidden places where he had been. The gold plaque, depicting in miniature a struggle between ancient beings, and bearing on its surface inscriptions in weird designs. The plaque, which Dr. Spencer of the Quebec University affirms must have come from some place incredibly old, yet is excellently preserved. The incredible geological fragment which, confined in any walled place, gives off the growing hum and roar of winds far, far beyond the rim of the known universe. Robert Armstrong had walked just over 2 miles, as far as he could judge, when his torch failed. He stood still for a moment, unable to believe that such a misfortune could have really befallen him. Then, half maddened with rage, he hurled the useless instrument away. It landed somewhere in the darkness, disturbing the silence of this little world. A metallic echo came ringing back from the low hills. Then all was quiet again. This, thought Armstrong, was the ultimate misfortune. Nothing more could happen to him now. He was even able to laugh bitterly at his luck, and resolved never again to imagine that the fickle goddess had ever favored him. Who would have believed that the only tractor at Camp 4 would have broken down when he was just setting off for Port Sanderson? He recalled the frenzied repair work, the relief when the second start had been made, and the final debacle when the Caterpillar track had jammed. It was no use then regretting the lateness of his departure. He could not have foreseen these accidents, and it was still a good 4 hours before the Canopus took off. He had to catch her, whatever happened. No other ship would be touching at this world for another month. Apart from the urgency of his business, 4 more weeks on this out-of-the-way planet were unthinkable. There had been only one thing to do. It was lucky that Port Sanderson was little more than 6 miles from the camp, not a great distance, even on foot. He had to leave all his equipment behind, but he could follow on the next ship and he could manage without it. The road was poor, merely stamped out of the rock by one of the board's 100-ton crushers. But there was no fear of going astray. Even now, he was in no real danger, though he might well be too late to catch the ship. Progress would be slow, for he dare not risk losing the road in this region of canyons and enigmatic tunnels that had never been explored. It was, of course, pitch dark. Here at the edge of the galaxy, the stars were so few and scattered that their light was negligible. The strange crimson sun of this lonely world would not rise for many hours, and although 5 of the little moons were in the sky, they could barely be seen by the unaided eye. Not one of them could even cast a shadow. Armstrong was not the man to bewail his luck for long. He began to walk slowly along the road, feeling its texture with his feet. It was, he knew, fairly straight except where it wound through Carver's Pass. He wished he had a stick or something to probe the way before him, but he would have had to rely for guidance on the feel of the ground. It was terribly slow at first, until he gained confidence. He had never known how difficult it was to walk in a straight line. Although the feeble stars gave him his bearings, again and again he found himself stumbling among the virgin rocks at the edge of the crude roadway. He was traveling in long zigzags that took him to alternate sides of the road. Then he would stub his toes against the bare rock and grope his way back onto the hard-packed surface once again. Presently, it settled down to a routine. It was impossible to estimate his speed. He could only struggle along and hope for the best. There were 4 miles to go. 4 miles and as many hours. It should be easy enough, unless he lost his way. But he dared not think of that. Once he mastered the technique, he could afford the luxury of thought. He could not pretend that he was enjoying this experience, but he had been in much worse positions before. As long as he remained on the road, he was perfectly safe. He had been hoping that as his eyes became adapted to the starlight, he would be able to see the way, but he now knew that the whole journey would be blind. The discovery gave him a vivid sense of his remoteness from the heart of the galaxy. On a night as clear as this, the skies of almost any other planet would have been blazing with stars. Here, at this outpost of the universe, the sky held perhaps 100 faintly gleaming points of light, as useless as the 5 ridiculous moons on which no one had bothered ever to land. A slight change in the road interrupted his thoughts. Was there a curve here, or had he veered off to the right again? He moved very slowly along the invisible and ill-defined border. Yes, there was no mistake. The road was bending to the left. He tried to remember its appearance in the daytime, but he had only seen it once before. Did this mean he was nearing the pass? He hoped so, for the journey would then be half completed. He peered ahead into the blackness, but the ragged line of the horizon told him nothing. Presently, he found that the road had straightened itself again, and his spirits sank. The entrance to the pass must still be some way ahead. There were at least 4 miles to go. 4 miles. How ridiculous the distance seemed. How long would it take the Canopus to travel 4 miles? He doubted if man could measure so short an interval of time. And how many trillions of miles had he, Robert Armstrong, traveled in his life? It must have reached a staggering total by now, For in the last 20 years, he had scarcely stayed more than a month at a time on any single world. This very year, he had twice made the crossing of the galaxy, and that was a notable journey even in these days of the Phantom Drive. He tripped over a loose stone, and the jolt brought him back to reality. It was no use here thinking of ships that could eat up the light years. He was facing nature, with no weapons but his own strength and skill. It was strange that it took him so long to identify the real cause of his uneasiness. The last 4 weeks had been very full, and the rush of his departure, coupled with the annoyance and anxiety caused by the tractor's breakdowns, had driven everything else from his mind. Moreover, he had always prided himself on his hard-headedness and lack of imagination. Until now, he had forgotten all about that first evening at the base, when the crews had regaled him with the usual tall yarns concocted for the benefit of newcomers. It was then that the old base clerk had told the story of his walk by night from Port Sanderson to the camp, and of what had trailed him through Carver's Pass, keeping always beyond the limit of his torchlight. Armstrong, who had heard such tales on a score of worlds, had paid it little attention at the time. This planet, after all, was known to be uninhabited. But logic could not dispose of the matter as easily as that. Suppose, after all, there was some truth in the old man's fantastic tale. It was not a pleasant thought, and Armstrong did not intend to brood upon it. But he knew that if he dismissed it out of hand, it would continue to prey on his mind. The only way to conquer imaginary fears was to face them boldly. He would have to do that now. His strongest argument was the complete barrenness of this world and its utter desolation. Though against that, one could set many counter-arguments, as indeed the old clerk had done. Man had only lived on this planet for 20 years, and much of it was still unexplored. No one could deny that the tunnels out in the wasteland were rather puzzling, but everyone believed them to be volcanic vents. Though, of course, life often crept into such places. With a shudder, he remembered the giant polyps that had snared the first explorers of Vargon 3. It was all very inconclusive. Suppose, for the sake of argument, one granted the existence of life here. What of that? The vast majority of life forms in the universe were completely indifferent to man. Some, of course, like the gas beings of Alcoran or the roving wave lattices of Chandaloon, could not even detect him, but passed through or around him as if he did not exist. Others were merely inquisitive, some embarrassingly friendly. There were few indeed that would attack unless provoked. Nevertheless, it was a grim picture that the old store's clerk had painted. Back in the warm, well-lighted smoking room, with the drinks going round, it had been easy enough to laugh at. But here, in the darkness, miles from any human settlement, it was very different. It was almost a relief when he stumbled off the road again and had to grope with his hands until he found it once more. This seemed a very rough patch, and the road was scarcely distinguishable from the rocks around. In a few minutes, however, he was safely on his way again. It was unpleasant to see how quickly his thoughts returned to the same disquieting subject. Clearly, it was worrying him more than he cared to admit. He drew consolation from one fact. It had been quite obvious that no one at the base had believed the old fellow's story. Their questions and banter had proved that. At times, he had laughed as loudly as any of them. After all, what's the evidence? A dim shape, just seen in the darkness, that might as well have been an oddly formed rock. And the curious clicking noise that had so impressed the old man, anyone could imagine such sounds at night if they were sufficiently overwrought. If it had been hostile, why hadn't the creature come any closer? Because it was afraid of my light, the old chap had said. Well, that was plausible enough. He would explain why nothing had ever been seen in the daylight. Such a creature might live underground, only emerging at night. Damn it, why was he taking the old idiot's raving so seriously? Armstrong got in control of his thoughts again. If he went on his way, he told himself angrily, he would soon be seeing and hearing a whole menagerie of monsters. There was, of course, one factor that disposed of the ridiculous story at once. It was really very simple. He felt sorry he hadn't thought of it before. What would such a creature live on? There was not even a trace of vegetation on the whole of the planet. He laughed to think that the bogey could be disposed of so easily, and in the same instant felt annoyed with himself for not laughing aloud. If he was so sure of his reasoning, why not whistle, or sing, or do anything to keep up his spirits? He put the question fairly to himself as a test of his manhood. Half ashamed, he had to admit that he was still afraid. Afraid because there might be something in it after all. But at least his analysis had done him some good. It would have been better if he had left it there and remained half convinced by his argument. But a part of his mind was still trying to break down his careful reasoning. It succeeded only too well, and when he remembered the plant beings of Sandil Major, the shock was so unpleasant that he stopped dead in his tracks. Now, the plant beings of Zantil were not in any way horrible. They were, in fact, extremely beautiful creatures. But what made them appear so distressing now was the knowledge that they could live for indefinite periods with no food whatsoever. All the energy that they needed for their strange lives, they extracted from cosmic radiation. And that was almost as intense here as anywhere else in the universe. He had scarcely thought of one example before others crowded into his mind, and he remembered the life form on Trantor Beta, which was the only one known capable of directly utilizing atomic energy. That too had lived on an utterly barren world, very much like this. Armstrong's mind was rapidly splitting into two distinct portions, each trying to convince the other and neither wholly succeeding. He did not realize how far his morale had gone until he found himself holding his breath, lest it conceal any sound from the darkness about him. Angrily, he cleared his mind of the rubbish that had been gathering there and turned once more to the immediate problem. There was no doubt that the road was slowly rising, and the silhouette of the horizon seemed much higher in the sky. The road began to twist, and suddenly he was aware of great rocks on either side of him. Soon, only a narrow ribbon of sky was still visible, and the darkness became, if possible, even more intense. Somehow, he felt safer with the rock walls surrounding him. It meant that he was protected except in two directions. Also, the road had been leveled more carefully and it was very easy to keep it. Best of all, he knew now that the journey was more than half completed. For a moment, his spirits began to rise. Then, with maddening perversity, his mind went back into the old grooves again. He remembered that it was on the far side of Carver's Pass that the old clerk's adventure had taken place, if it had ever happened at all. In half a mile, he would be out in the open again, out of the protection of these sheltering rocks. The thought seemed doubly horrible now, and he already felt a sense of nakedness. He could be attacked from any direction, and he would be utterly helpless. Until now, he had retained some self-control. Very resolutely, he had kept his mind away from the one fact that gave some color to the old man's tale. The single piece of evidence that had stopped the banter in the crowded room back at the camp and brought a sudden hush upon the company. Now, as Armstrong's will weakened, he recalled again the words that had struck a momentary chill, even the warm comfort of the base building. The little clerk had been very insistent on one point. He had never heard any sound of pursuit from the dim shape sensed, rather than seen at the limit of his light. There was no scuffling of claws or hoof on rock, not even the clatter of displaced stones. It was as if, so the old man had declared in that solemn manner of his, as if that thing was following could see perfectly in the darkness, and had many small legs or pads so that it could move swiftly and easily over the rock, like a giant caterpillar or one of the carpet things of Kralkor 2. Yet, although there had been no noise of pursuit, there had been one sound that the old man had caught several times. It was so unusual that its very strangeness made it doubly ominous. It was a faint, but horribly persistent clicking. The old fellow had been able to describe it very vividly, much too vividly for Armstrong's liking now. "Have you ever listened to a large insect crunching its prey?" he said. "Well, it was just like that. I imagine that a crab makes exactly the same noise with its claws when it clashes them together. It was what's the word? A chitinous sound." At this point, Armstrong remembered laughing loudly. Strange how it was all coming back to him now. But no one else had laughed, though they had been quick to do so earlier. Sensing the change of tone, he had sobered at once and asked the old man to continue his story. How he wished now that he had stifled his curiosity. It had been quickly told. The next day, a party of skeptical technicians had gone into the no man's land beyond Carver's Pass. They were not skeptical enough to leave their guns behind, but they had no cause to use them, for they found no trace of any living thing. There were the inevitable pits and tunnels, glistening holes down which the light of the torches rebounded endlessly until it was lost in the distance. But the planet was riddled with them. Though the party found no sign of life, it discovered one thing it did not like at all. Out in the barren and unexplored land beyond the pass, they had come upon an even larger tunnel than the rest. Near the mouth of that tunnel was a massive rock, half embedded in the ground, and the sides of that rock had been worn away, as if it had been used as an enormous whetstone. No less than 5 of those present had seen this disturbing rock. None of them could explain it satisfactorily as a natural formation, but they still refused to accept the old man's story. Armstrong had asked them if they had ever put it to the test. There had been an uncomfortable silence. Then big Andrew Hargraves had said, "Hell, who'd walk out to the pass at night just for fun?" and had left it at that. Indeed, there was no other record of anyone walking from Port Sanderson to the camp by night, or for that matter by day. During the hours of light, no unprotected human being could live in the open beneath the rays of the enormous, lurid sun that seemed to fill half the sky. And no one would walk 6 miles wearing radiation armor if the tractor was available. Armstrong felt he was leaving the pass. The rocks on either side were falling away, and the road was no longer as firm and well-packed as it had been. He was coming out into the open plain once more, and somewhere not far away in the darkness was that enigmatic pillar that might have been used for sharpening monstrous fangs or claws. It was not a reassuring thought, but he could not get it out of his mind. Feeling distinctly worried now, Armstrong made great effort to pull himself together. He would try to be rational again. He would think of business, the work he had done at the camp, anything but this infernal place. For a while he succeeded quite well. But presently, with a maddening persistence, every train of thought came back to the same point. He could not get out of his mind the picture of that inexplicable rock and its appalling possibilities. Over and over again he found himself wondering how far away it was, whether he had already passed it, and whether it was on his right or his left. The ground was quite flat again, and the road drove on straight as an arrow. There was one gleam of consolation. Port Sanderson could not be much more than 2 miles away. Armstrong had no idea how long he had been on the road. Unfortunately, his watch was not illuminated, and he could only guess at the passage of time. With any luck, the Canopus should not take off for another 2 hours at least. But he could not be sure, and now another fear began to enter his mind. The dread that he might see a vast constellation of lights rising swiftly into the sky ahead, and know that all this agony of mind had been in vain. He was not zigzagging so badly now, and seemed to be able to anticipate the edge of the road before stumbling off it. It was probable, he cheered himself by thinking, that he was travelling almost as fast as if he had a light. If all went well, he might be nearing Port Sanderson in 30 minutes, a ridiculously small space of time. How he would laugh at his fears when he strolled into his already reserved stateroom in the Canopus, and felt that peculiar quiver as the Phantom Drive hurled the great ship far out of this system, back to the clustered star clouds near the center of the galaxy. Back toward Earth itself, which he had not seen for so many years. One day, he told himself, he really must visit Earth again. All his life he had been making the promise, but always there had been the same answer. Lack of time. Strange, wasn't it? that such a tiny planet should have played so enormous a part in the development of the universe. Should even have come to dominate worlds far wiser and more intelligent than itself. Armstrong's thoughts were harmless again, and he felt calmer. The knowledge that he was nearing Port Sanderson was immensely reassuring, and he deliberately kept his mind on familiar, unimportant matters. Carver's past was already far behind, and with it that thing he no longer intended to recall. One day, if he ever returned to this world, he would visit the past in the daytime and laugh at his fears. In 20 minutes now, they would have joined the nightmares of his childhood. It was almost a shock, though one of the most pleasant he had ever known, when he saw the lights of Port Sanderson come up over the horizon. The curvature of this little world was very deceptive. It did not seem right that a planet with a gravity almost as great as Earth's should have a horizon so close at hand. One day, someone would have to discover what lay at this world's core to give it so great a density. Perhaps the many tunnels would help. It was an unfortunate turn of thought, but the nearness of his goal had robbed it of its terror. Indeed, the thought that he might really be in danger seemed to give his adventure a certain piquancy and heightened interest. Nothing could happen to him now, with 10 minutes to go and the lights of the port already in sight. A few minutes later, his feelings changed abruptly when he came to the sudden bend in the road. He had forgotten the chasm that caused his detour, and added half a mile to the journey. Well, what of it? He thought stubbornly. An extra half mile would make no difference now. Another 10 minutes at the most. It was very disappointing when the lights of the city vanished. Armstrong had not remembered the hill which the road was skirting. Perhaps it was only a low ridge, scarcely noticeable in the daytime. But by hiding the lights of the port, it had taken away his chief talisman and left him again at the mercy of his fears. Very unreasonably, his intelligence told him, he began to think of how horrible it would be if anything happened now, so near the end of the journey. He kept the worst of his fears at bay for a while, hoping desperately that the lights of the city would soon reappear. But as the minutes dragged on, he realized that the ridge must be longer than he imagined. He tried to cheer himself by the thought that the city would be all the nearer when he saw it again. But somehow logic seemed to have failed him now. But presently he found himself doing something he had not stopped to, even out in the waste by Carver's past. He stopped, turned slowly round, and with bated breath listened until his lungs were nearly bursting. The silence was uncanny, considering how near he must be to the port. There was certainly no sound from behind him. Of course there wouldn't be, he told himself angrily, but he was immensely relieved. The thought of that faint and insistent clicking had been haunting him for the last hour. So friendly and familiar was the noise that did reach him at last that the anticlimax almost made him laugh aloud. Drifting through the still air from a source clearly not more than a mile away came the sound of a landing field tractor, perhaps one of the machines loading the Canopus itself. In a matter of seconds, thought Armstrong, he would be around this ridge with the port only a few hundred yards ahead. The journey was nearly ended. In a few moments, this evil plane would be no more than a fading nightmare. It seemed terribly unfair. So little time, such a small fraction of a human life, was all he needed now. But the gods have always been unfair to man, and now they were enjoying their little jest. For there could be no mistaking the rattle of monstrous claws in the darkness ahead of him.
Alright, I'm keeping the lights on and staying far the hell away from any windy towns. No sky giants or unseen horrors are gonna get Everett, no sir. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're editing them regularly and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of cosmic horror, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. It's time to prostrate ourselves and give special thanks to our Patreon subscribers. Our Sturgeonite faithfuls Haley Clark, Foe, Sabrina Alexander and Laree W., Purple Crayon Eater Mary Peck,
Our janitors Alex Nunez and Ethan Nelson, Feeny Von Karma, Amy Shawn, and Arkham Cookie, currently undergoing the Magenta Horror. Our Void Walker Evan Diaz, currently unlocking something he calls the God Weight, and who also made an excellent broadcast suggestion for a future subscriber milestone we are seriously considering. And one of our very own Blackwell family members, Papa Kyle Blackwell, who just challenged one Paint Gunkerson to a paint-off at the end of the winter solstice. Papa Kyle was imbued with the strength of his patron and the birth of his newborn baby, Aria, so I suspect he will have the edge on Paint. Major congratulations to you and your family. We love and fear you, Papa. We thank you all humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. If you want to be a patron, we have a link in the description below. You'll get early access to all videos, exclusive Sturgeon-focused stories, D&D and Monster of the Week content ahead of time, and more. And, one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite, even if occasionally we miss the schedule. Drink some water, watch a video about tree frogs, eat something savory, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.